All right, welcome to 4Q Media Day 2025 here at Dave & Buster's. Once again, this is our third annual 4Q Media Day here in beautiful Panama City Beach. We're so proud to be back here again. We're really excited to kick off the 2025 high school football season here in North Florida, especially right here in Panama City and in the Panhandle. It's going to be an exciting year. We're not going to waste any time, but before we do, we want to give a huge shout out to the wonderful staff here at Dave & Buster's. We also want to give a shout out to their manager, Ed. He's done a great job helping us get situated here this year. Without further ado, we have the Rutherford Rams and their head coach, Albert Floyd. Coach, thank you so much for coming out and bringing your team. We appreciate it. Go ahead and introduce who you brought with you, and go ahead and talk to us all about Rutherford football.
All right, first off, I'd like to introduce myself, Albert Floyd Jr., head football coach at Rutherford High School here in Panama City, Florida. To my right, I have Braylon Hurd. He's a senior defensive back. To his right, you have Jaleel Reed. He's a sophomore quarterback. To his right, you have Bo Simmons. He's a junior center. To his right, you have linebackers coach, Coach Damon Walker. To my left, I have Kazion Rochelle. He's a senior wide receiver, DB. To his left, you have senior guard, D-tackle, Jeremy Diaz. To his left, you have Caden Frank, who is a slot receiver and a star corner. And to his left is offensive coordinator, Matt Canas.
Coach, talk to me about this summer. Just everything. I know we've had several conversations throughout the season, but summertime is a special time. You get a chance to build that bond with your team. Talk to me just about what has the summer been like for Rutherford football.
All right, I'll start with the spring first. We dedicated our spring off of just teaching and learning and teaching. Because we have a unique situation where we have a lot of young athletes, a lot of them freshmen, sophomores. We only have about 5 seniors on our team. So we dedicated our spring to teaching and learning. And as far as the summer went, now we went into as far as the toughness, the grit. You know, feel like the guys bought into the new coaching staff as far as the guys that we brought onto the staff. So as far as the summertime is just pretty much learning your brother, raising up the young guys' level is play, passing on the leadership to the new seniors, new rising juniors, and just brotherhood and just, trying to create camaraderie with the new coaching staff also, as far as we got to show them guys that we're a team the same way we want them guys to be a team. So it's been real good brotherhoods as far as summertime, just getting the guys together and just focus on the new leadership.
Coach, last season, 5 losses that were just, within 1 score or less. Talk to me just about and really understanding that you saw flashes of greatness here and there, but obviously I definitely know that you guys want to finish strong. Talk to me just about the mentality upgrade and how you are implementing new things to help get the team across the finish line.
Man, first I would like to just give a shout out to the teams that we played on our schedule. Most of the teams on our schedule are playoff teams from the area. Most of the teams on our schedule are playoff teams from the area, and we respect everybody on our schedule. And we know when it comes down to our schedule, we got to play football. There's no cupcakes on the schedule, and we got to focus on each game at a time and just, giving those guys respect for going out and doing what we do. But as far as our team, we fell short. The ball didn't fall our way. It's a game of inches. But I felt like, the kids are doing everything that we needed them to do as far as practicing hard, lifting hard, executing the game plan. So I feel like we needed to kind of address the coaches a little bit, kind of bring in a little bit more help, guys that I feel like will push me and challenge me as a head coach. So we ended up bringing in a new offensive coordinator, a new defensive backs coach who will probably end up being the defensive coordinator, just putting more guys around us that really love football, breathe football, and that's really what we focus on when I say we focus on teaching and learning. That's just kind of where we are. So, again, the guys, as far as doing the same thing that we were doing, they bought in and they lost close games. So I feel like, okay, you have to provide the team with a spark. So we brought in more guys so the guys trust me that I'm going to put more guys in front of them and try to better us each year.
Coach, one of the things I know you and I had the chance to talk about, we talked a couple of times last season, you were really, really big on being able to build that bond and earning trust. I know you've seen the bond develop, but I also want to throw this question out to the guys as well. What do you feel like has been the biggest bond that you guys have made, even though last season may not have gone the way you wanted it to? How has that been bonding with the rest of the team? Do you guys feel like you guys are ready for this season? And what has been the biggest thing that has stuck out to you guys as far as how you guys are connected to one another?
Man, coming in year 1 and year 2, just being the guy that I am when it comes down to being big on discipline. A lot of times football may not have been fun, but now the guys feel like they know who I am, they know what the expectations are. So a lot of the shouting and the yelling, a lot of that's kind of died down a little bit with myself, unless I feel like I need to do it. So just knowing the expectations and just being able to let their hair back a little bit and play football and not worry about, I'm gonna make a mistake and coach gonna yell at me, or he gonna do this, he gonna do that. So they just know what the expectations are, and I feel like I got to know some of these young guys that were here 2 years when I first started, which was this guy on the side of me and this guy on the other side of me. So it's just as far as just being able to relax a lot more and focus on having fun and just being able to play football.
That same question is for the guys too. What is the biggest thing that connects you all together as a team?
I feel like, we did go 2-8 last year. A lot of people can leave, a lot of people can stay, and all these guys right here, they stayed, and it brings a feeling like us against the world. Like, a lot of these guys, they had the chance to leave, but they didn't.
Just us all sticking together after going 2-8 and everything, and the fact that we all stood together means we just gonna ride for each other. And so as the season goes by, we're just gonna win game by game.
As far as us going 2-8 together, for me, just us grieving together after them losses could build a better bond for the next season coming up.
Feeling good coming back from last season. Y'all know we got a couple young guys now, building back strong and coming bigger and feeling good. We more bonded together as brothers. We're not playing no more for a rub. We playing for us and all of us as a family.
I'm a new kid on the block. I'm from down south, Miami, and I seen the record 2-8, but first practice, and like them boys we was working, like they was, you feel me, and like they know how to communicate, and like I love them.
I feel like we just all stuck together. Like we're here working day in and day out. So we just keep stacking, and we just want to stack wins next year.
Excuse me. The biggest thing, these guys, showing the brotherhood and staying the course and doing everything that the coaches have been asking them to do, and they know the expectations. So bringing this and making it mesh together this season is really going to be telling and very exciting to see these guys show the rest of the county and the state what they've been doing.
Coach, this is Banshee from the News Herald, and as far as like season outlook, because 2-8 seasons, it's hard to try to really develop or build something off that, but the schedule isn't getting any easier. So what's being communicated to the guys, because the guy said brotherhood, buying in. What is it that you're using maybe as a method to try to not convince them, but get them to every Friday night they're going to show up, show out? Because you could think about 2 straight years of that. You're trying to change the script, but the schedule still remains hard. How do you get your guys to truly buy in and believe?
Man, statistics, man. As far as building the program, coming in where you feel like they haven't been winning, the stuff in the hallways wasn't the way it's supposed to be. So just showing them statistics as far as, how many guys that we've graduated out of the program in the past 2 years. Our average is 3.5 GPA on our football team right now. Guys that are sticking to it, doing what they need to do. Guys not getting suspended. Then just showing those statistics on top of trying to change culture and win ball games at the same time. As far as, I don't like moral victories as myself, but to them I kind of let them know, like, okay, coach is human, so I do see the progress of what we got going on. I see as far as the deficit from losing to trying to win to not the ball just not rolling your way. So just continue to show them guys the statistics of what we're changing when it comes down to culture, and a lot of times the culture is going to change first. Once the culture change, then they'll buy into what we're doing, buy into what we're preaching and what we're teaching, and then when they start competing on the football field and you're playing for the guys next to you and not just playing for yourself, so those guys, getting them guys to know, letting them know that it's bigger than the ball. It's bigger than you. It's all about the team. And those guys stuck around and they understand. I think they really bought into what we're teaching and bringing in more guys that's preaching the same message that I am and just showing that, we got an offensive mind. I don't want to just sit here and toot his horn, but a lot of these guys around here know who we have in our program. And I'm not just putting it on Matt Canas when it comes down to offensive production, but these guys are brought into him. So as far as getting the ball out and getting into space, just buying into what's going on, and that's kind of what I keep preaching when it comes down to statistics and as far as what we're doing in the classroom, what we're doing in the hallways, and then it's going to translate to what we're doing on the field.
I guess my other question would be towards Coach K and to Jalil about maybe his development that you've seen, because Jalil, you came in as a freshman and you put up solid numbers, but now we're all like curious to see about your development from a summer of progression. So, Coach K, what have you seen working with him, because you're one of the great offensive minds around this county? What have you seen of him and his development, and what are we going to see in year 2 of Jalil Reed?
I watched extensive film when I accepted the position of offense coordinator, and I saw a lot of not really a plan from a mental aspect, but also some mechanical issues, side arming, and you get a great athlete like Jalil at quarterback, he does what he can do and he gets away with it. So just polishing that stuff up, which he's made tremendous strides in so far. I think he'll be able to use his arm and his feet this year and find open receivers and read defenses and be able to put up some numbers.
Coach K helped me a lot with the mechanical aspect of throwing the ball, but it was also a lot of the mental aspect as far as knowing what the defense is in, and what they're showing isn't always this. It's not like always a set path to what they're going to do, and opening my eyes to that helped me out a lot, especially in the spring game.
Okay, and I would also say defensively, your guys would be in games for, we would always say 3.5 quarters. So how do you push your guys to get to that point where you play complete game? Because I've been there at games where you play complete game, like last year at Port St. Joe, that was a complete game. How do you get your guys to replicate that for an entire season?
I mean, we didn't really want to change what we were doing or really too much of how we were doing. So we still focused on finish the game, start fast, finish strong, and things like that. But as far as in the summertime and in the spring, I just go up to the guys and say something as simple as find your breaking point and push past it. Find your breaking point and do one more. So we find your breaking point. Like, you might not lose a 3 overtime game. You may not lose a 14-7 game. You may not lose a 21-20 game. You may not lose a 18 to 15 or 13 game. So just, at the end of the day, you do need effort. You do need brotherhood. You do need that. But sometimes you need a little bit of luck. So everything that those guys were doing was not the wrong thing. So just keep doing what we were doing and get better at those things. And sometimes that ball may roll our way.
I know there's, every game, you look forward to every game in the upcoming season, but I know last year you said that Bay High game, the rivalry game. So, you haven't won it in 3 years now, 2 years. So what have you learned from these 2 years of playing your rival, losing to your rival, and how are you going to use, the 2 losses, because they hold on to that tightly around here, the rivalry games?
Honestly, man, I still have that chip on my shoulder when it comes down to rival games. But as a young head coach, going to my 3rd season, I learned to fight my battles also. Like, we're going to come out there on that game on October the 24th, which is their homecoming. We're going to play hard. We're going to play fast. We're going to play physical, and we're going to have a lot of emotion in it. But honestly, man, I'm taking every game serious. I'm not looking past this team or that team. We may play Freeport in the kickoff classic, and it's going to be like we're playing Bay High School on week 9, week 10. We may play Chipley on week 2, and we're going to play them guys like we're playing Mosley on week 1. No, we're playing Bay High. So again, I just give everybody their respect. I don't want to make it all about a rival game. And as far as losing, man, if you play this game and you coach this game, you're gonna lose a fair share. You're gonna win a fair share. So after a while, all losing hurts. So we lose the Bay High, we lose the Chipley. We felt the same. We felt worse losing the Chipley than we felt worse losing the Bay High School, because that was the first game, and then the next game is the next game. So losing feels the same. Before as a player, as a coach, you know, oh man, it's our rival. Man, we want to win every game on our schedule. And the way you do that is just go out there and play your best, do what the coaches teach you to do, and just do what you need to do, man. So we respect everybody on our schedule, but, you know, those guys don't give us respect also. And at the end of the day, you got to play the football game. You can talk, you can be big, you can be small, but you got to play. And again, as far as anybody on our schedule, we can beat them. And the same thing, vice versa. They got a chance to beat us, and they got good coaches on their staff. We got great coaches on our staff, and we just got to play the football game. So we focus on just getting better and doing what we need to do.
Thanks, Coach.
Thank you.
Coach, one final question. Talk to me just a little bit about being able to define this season. Everybody understands the aspirations for being able to on your last game with a win. But give me some of the goals that you all have set for this team, just for this particular year.
Man, honestly, we want to win a district championship. We want to beat Chipley. We want to beat Mosley, the Bay Highs, everybody in the world. But we focusing on, we got 3 games we need to win. We need to beat North Bay Haven. We need to beat Bozeman. We need to make Marianna, and we want to win a district championship. So, but until we get to those district games, we got to focus on the games that's in front of us. So a successful season for us, in my eyes, is a district championship.
All right, Coach, thank you so much for joining us here at Media Day. We want to thank you. We also want to thank the guys for showing up here. Best of luck to you guys next season. We're going to take a pause for a quick break, and when we come back, we'll be joined by our next team on the panel. All right, welcome back to Media Day 2025 here at Dave & Buster's. We are now joined by Coach Balcom and Coach McKinney of the Chipley Tigers. Coaches, thank you so much for coming out and bringing your team. Go ahead and take it away. Let us know all about this year's edition of Tiger football.
Well, we're really excited about this year's team. We've got a really heavy senior-laden team, a team that's got a lot of experience, a lot of games under our belt. So we're just really excited to come back off a 7-3 season, just really fired up.
Right now, to the left, we got Mr. Hill Holly, Caleb Colbert, Zach Nelson, Malik Henderson, Jacoby McKinney, and Jalen Washington. This summer, we pretty much just been working out. We had doing a lot of flipping tires and pushing the prowlers. On Wednesday, we had Navy SEAL guys coming out and kind of helping us get some work in with those guys. We went to a couple of camps this summer. Just excited about, next year. Got a lot of, like you said, a lot of senior heavy and trying to see where we can go from there.
All right, Coach. When I talk to Coach Buchanan, obviously, even down to the Instagram handle, 2 Tickets to the Gun Show. I know that strength is a huge part of your program. Talk to me just about some of the unique things you guys do, weightlifting, whether it's off-season preparation. What do you guys do to get that 1% edge in strength and conditioning?
Well, Coach Buchanan does a great job, first of all, of selling the program and getting a lot of involvement, a lot of guys involved, and he does a great job in the off-season with the weightlifting team. We have a really competitive weightlifting team. So, yes, the weight room is a big part of what we do. We really compete within the team, within the weight room. We've got guys that really love to be in there and just really love to just compete within each and every minute in there. We've got a lot of really young guys that's coming in, and these seniors have really brought them along and kind of shown them the ropes in the weight room and really just got them excited and got them on board. And every day is a competition. Every day we try to get better and try to outdo our brother in the weight room.
Question for the guys. Who's the strongest one up here? What's competition like in the weight room? I'll open that up to the guys as well.
It's a real good competition because it's not only making me better, but it's making everyone around me better. So if I can compete and win a rep to somebody, it fires them up to try to win next week. So it's basically just competing every day.
In the weight room, the competition it's healthy competition. We're making sure that we're also pushing our brothers in the weight room. We're making sure that they're not skipping any reps and making sure that we all are just pushing ourselves to our max.
The competition in the weight room is just seeing the guy before us go and do so much weight, and we're trying to match it and just push ourselves to go heavier.
One other thing that I try to bring to the weight room is excitement. So once I'm in there, that last rep is gonna be they trying to lift that world. So that last rep ain't gonna be easy. So when I'm in there, hey, that last rep is go pop your eyes out. Let's go. Let's get it. So that's the attitude I kind of bring to them guys.
I mean, yeah, the coach, they push us to go harder, and we all just a team who just trying to get better, win a game or two, maybe the whole thing,
With such a heavy senior class, how do you guys kind of usher in the younger guys to kind of maintain that level of excellence as you guys experience? How do you usher in the younger guys to kind of maintain that even when you're going to be no longer a Chipley Tiger?
It's just a great group of leaders. They really they've bought into the program. There's a difference in the team and the program. They really bought into Chipley as a program, and they really have just shown great leadership, which is going to obviously carry them on through life. Just a great group of guys, just a great group of leaders that really want the underclassmen to experience the success and the enjoyment of this program that they have. It's just really, we're really excited about this group. They've got a lot of games under their belt. They've really been through some battles, been through some tough situations, and it's just, they want to lead and teach and guide as well as succeed themselves.
Do any of the guys have any advice that they give to the younger guys?
Well, Chipley has always been known as a physical team. We like to run the ball, so if we can push ourselves in the weight room and get the young guys on board for doing that, then we feel like we're accomplishing stuff as a team.
Another thing that we try and help the young guys with is just making sure that everything is competitive. You know, we don't want a lazy team. We want the team to continue to bring the Chipley Tiger name up, so we don't want it to go down after the seniors graduate.
And where have y'all, at least in the team, where have you made the biggest strides this summer, and where are maybe some positions or some areas of the team that you still need to get some things ironed out?
Well, I think right now we're really deep in the area of offensive and defensive line. We've got a really deep class, a lot of bodies, you know, but we've also got some playmakers that we can get the ball out this year too, and I think we've got an opportunity this year to make some big plays, you know, break it for some long distance that we may or may not have had last year, you know. So I think our ability not only to run the ball and grind it out and beat on people 4 quarters, we also have the ability to get out the back door this year, and I think that's going to really help us out.
Coach, you guys play in the rural, and it's I always tell everybody it's like the SEC. It's just there's no days off. Literally the schedule. We don't have to ask how important those games are. Talk to me just a little bit about preparation. Some of the things that, especially going back to last season and really years prior, it seems like it always comes down to your game either against Holmes County or another team that's really next door to you. How does that factor in with just preparation, knowing that this is going to have playoff implications or get you guys into a position where you're able to make a run in the playoffs?
You know, you're talking about goals, you know, unlike Rutherford, we don't have a district in the rural class, so we're going to regions. So we just got to go out there every week. We got to win every week. We want to be 1-0 after each and every week. So we've got to prepare from Monday until Thursday every week to win every game, because our schedule is difficult. You know, we picked up Port St. Joe this year and some other you know, regional rivalries that have always been a part of Chipley football. So if we don't come out every Monday and treat it like it's, you know, it's late November, it's going to be a long year. So we just, you know, our goals are going to have to be small and compact. We're really going to just have to, from the weight room to the film study room to the practice field, every single week we've got to treat it like we're playing in November to go to the playoffs.
Question for the guys, looking at last season and being able to make that improvement, what do you feel like has been the biggest leap you guys have made during the off season to get ready for this season?
Like this team this year, we got chemistry. Like we've been playing since 9th grade and up all together and stuff. So really, that's it.
And we also more physical this year than last year.
I think the biggest stride we made was being able to get the ball out deep downfield, being able to push it downfield. We got a new quarterback; he can throw it a long way. So, and then with two or three great receivers, we're gonna be able to push the ball down the field.
Definitely, like they said on the field, we definitely have chemistry. We've been playing with these guys forever. But I think one of the biggest strides in the offseason we made is this team is way stronger than we were last year. So that'll help a lot.
Like they said, like just bonding together and pushing each other on the field and being able to like help each other out and be able to go further down the field.
I feel like our attitude, you know, working together, I feel like it's pulling us closer and it's going to lead us better, you know. Playing this football stuff, it's going to lead us further down the road, working together as a team. You know, we did play since 9th grade. We all grew up together and stuff. But the most important thing is your attitude. Keep your priorities straight and all that, and we should be good.
Coaches, again, looking at this season and everything that's coming up, what gets you excited about each individual position group? Where do you feel like you guys really will shine moving into the fall?
O-line, D-line is like you said, like we're got depth in that part, O-line, D-line. Those guys are absolutely stronger than they was last year. We got a lot of returning starters on both sides of the ball, so we're just excited about this next season, see where it go. One week at a time is how we go take it, 1 week at a time.
One final question for the guys. Looking at how really just there's such a legacy at Chipley, and a lot of people don't really talk about Panhandle football, but literally when you go back and you turn the pages back in years past, there's been a host of great athletes that have come out of Chipley. There's been a winning tradition. Talk to me just about the legacy that you want to leave before the end of the year and as you graduate.
The legacy, I know that the seniors want to leave is just winning. We don't like to lose in Chipley. You know, every game we treat it like it's our Super Bowl. We want to take it moment by moment, and we gonna leave a legacy of just hard work and dedication.
Definitely one thing that we want to accomplish before the season's over. We just want to have no regret when that final snap happens. We want to have left it all on the field and have no shame or guilt of anything we left out there. We want to put it all out there.
I feel like the legacy that we want to leave behind is like being able to push each other, push other grades further, and just keep our winning seasons going.
Most definitely the legacy we want to leave behind, you know, letting the kids follow behind us, just showing them things, you know, that it's going to be a challenge in life, but, you know, working together, you can accomplish anything, you know, and just be here for all each other, you know, just be here with each other.
Our team want to leave behind, we want to come back in 5 years and say we did all this. We just leaving stuff behind for the kids growing up behind us.
All right. If there are no more questions for the Chipley Tigers, we definitely want to thank their coaches for coming out, bringing the team. We definitely want to throw a shout out to Coach Buchanan. I know he's out there on the beach somewhere. But we're going to pause and take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll be joined by our next team on the panel. right, and welcome back to Media Day 2025 here at Dave & Buster's. We're very happy to be here in Panama City Beach for the 2025 season, which is just about to get underway. So now on the panel, we have the North Bay Haven Bucks, and they are joined by their head coach, Coach Andy Siegel. Coach, thank you so much for joining us today. Go ahead and take a couple of minutes and tell us all about North Bay Haven football.
Sorry. Appreciate you having us here. That's probably typical of what the season was last year for North Bay Haven. They couldn't spell a touchdown nor a win, but I wasn't there, so I ain't worried about it. So I just want to say thank you for having us here. Anyone that looks in the past walks into a wall. Man that looks at the future goes around that wall. We ain't walking any dadgum walls this year. We're coming for people. And you might think I'm talking smack, but that football team had 25 players and seriously got killed every single week. We got 66 players now. We got a new locker room. We got a brand new stadium coming in. We got a brand new coaching staff. We got a tough district with Marianna, Rutherford, and Bozeman. So it's a dogfight, but we're not going to back down to anybody either. So that's North Bay Haven. They've had a rough go. Since the last time I was a head coach, they've had literally 7 coaches, and that's only been 3 years. I don't want to talk about that. Like I said, we ain't worried about the past, we're worried about the future. So this is the North Bay Haven Bucks.
All right, I'm going to let the guys introduce themselves. If you guys want to start with right here on the end, go ahead and give your name and position.
My name is Bear Siegel. I play receiver and outside linebacker.
I'm Tyler Merzen. I play defensive end and tight end.
I'm Fame Walker. I play receiver and DM.
Caleb Kristoff, linebacker, running back.
Jackson Schultz, athlete.
Jaira Coney, tight end and DM.
Noah Power, wide receiver, DB.
Coach Joseph Roberts, wide receiver coach.
Coach, talk to me just a little bit about, honestly, just with the excitement of being able to move into a new locker room, anything that's breathes life into the program, how have you used it to galvanize your players and get ready for this upcoming season?
Well, the things they've gone through, adversity makes you tougher, and if that's true, this is the toughest bunch of guys on earth because the adversity they've had gone through between head coaches, 25 guys bail on them and go to Bozeman because of coaching changes, administrative changes, AD changes, you name it, they've changed it. We ain't changed the uniforms, though. That was from before I got here in 2017. So we're going old school. We're going to wear the same uniforms, bring back the chrome helmets, because the key is this. We're under construction, and we're bringing stability to the program. I was here for, I think, 4 years. 4 years and went to the postseason twice. That ain't too bad. That's kind of the goal. That's the mission we have. We've got a brand new stadium that they break ground on August 1st. We've got a brand new locker room going in that we break ground on Freeport week. We've got a decent football schedule this year, not perfect, but not bad. We've got a full JV team just finishing up that schedule. We've got brand new middle school coaches. I mean, everything is just starting over. We got a principal came from Holmes County and played Major League Baseball, so athletics is important to him. We got a brand new CEO. She played athletics. She's an FSU fanatic. Sports are important to her. We've got a brand new AD that's been on the job I think 2 days, played Major League Baseball. Sports are important to him. So the direction of North Bay Haven is turning a little bit. We're already arguably, with South Walton and a couple other schools as good or better than any other school in the Panhandle academically, but now we're trying to catch up athletically.
Question for the guys. This is it really is it's a rarity when you get a chance to leave your mark when there's a kind of a newness in a program. Talk to me just a little bit about how some of the goals you guys want to accomplish this season. Where do you see this program at season's end?
Basically, I just want us to be at the end of the season better than where we were last season, and anything kind of like a legacy that we want to leave is just a legacy of change and just turning this program around.
A legacy I want to leave is just like keep fighting in this brotherhood, like stick together. I mean, we done had a lot of coaches changes, and the ones that stayed. And we just trying to make do what we got and just really show like the Panhandle, like we really been working in. We here.
Legacy I want to leave is just to give hope for all the future players for NBH and to let them know that this is a real team and we can be competitive.
A legacy I want to leave. I want everybody to know that we're gonna fight. We're a brotherhood, and we're gonna stick together regardless.
I want to leave a winning tradition and just come out every game giving it our 100%.
I want to leave everybody just playing together, fighting hard no matter what, and just that we got some dogs.
Coach, around the program, there's been a lot of, like you say, new stadium, new locker room. There's a lot of positives, but on the field, what is that product looking like right now, especially between the hashes? Where have we made great strides in? Where are some places that, because I remember I came out there in the spring and they were having trouble just going through the warm-up drills, but can you just tell me about where have you made strides in on the field product?
I was laughing because when I looked at you, the first thing I thought about was that day we were standing next to each other and we had to go back and practice to go running on the field for a game like 8 times. And you just looked at me. I said, it's all right. It's part of the process. And Saban said it's a process. It is a dadgum process. Well, I've been in and out because of some hip surgeries and more surgeries and whatnot. So I haven't been there every day. So what I get to see is a better perspective than Coach Roberts and everyone that's been there every day. So like the other day, I kind of took over the offense and we worked a couple things and we're way ahead of where I thought we would be at this time. Way ahead. I mean, just way ahead. We ain't worried about running on the field now. Now, if I could find some big guys or borrow some of these guys from Marianna or South Walton, that'd be kind of nice because we ain't got no big fellas like that. I mean, that's what we got, but we're going to fight like heck and get after them. But, yeah, we've progressed, and we got a ways to go. And we ain't the dadgum New England Patriots or Alabama Crimson Tide or, anything like that right now. But we ain't North Bay Haven roll over and die either. That ain't happening, I promise you. If somebody beats us, they're going to know they were in a football game. You might think I'm talking smack, but it ain't smack if you back it up. I felt like when I was here before, people knew they were in a game. They might beat us, but they were in a physical ball game, and they will be in a physical ball game. We've got these guys back in the weight room. It's the same plan I used when I was the head coach at Venice. That's a pretty good program. Can we beat Venice? I don't know. Tell me why we can't. So let's find out.
Can you tell me a little bit about maybe from your perspective and then maybe the guys' perspective, they can talk about it, having a coach for each position, that's huge for a football program because I can remember, a couple of years ago, you might have a coach for the offense, a coach for the defense, but now having a coach for each position, how big is that, from a player's perspective and then from a head coach perspective?
Yeah, I'm going to let them talk about it. I mean, last year they had 2 coaches, so I'll let them, which way y'all want this.
It's definitely nice, like developmentally, to get that like one-on-one work with more coaches that know a lot, but also like just from like a support standpoint, to know you have people around you and more coaches that know what they're talking about and believe in you and stuff like that. It's nice to have that.
I like we got more coaches now, so we can like really deal with the problems and what we need to work on one-on-one. Then like if one coach don't see it, another coach will see it. But I mean, compared to last year, we only had 2 coaches, an offensive coach and a defensive coach. So it wasn't a lot that they could see that we saw. So I mean, it's just good that we got more eyes and more help for real.
It's definitely a lot nicer. We actually have indie time now instead of just team for an entire practice, so it's very helpful.
I'm new around here, but having a coach at every position, you get more knowledge of what you really had, and it makes it way better.
It's huge having an individual coach, and especially a guy with a lot of experience to help you out.
Yeah, it's really nice having a bunch of coaches because, I mean, you just have a closer bond with your main position coach, and then it just makes you feel a lot better in the game whenever they're talking to you pregame.
that was one of the things I kind of felt for him as an observer in the stands last year, was I'd look and I'd say, okay, dadgum, how come they're not making that adjustment right there? I got a popcorn in my hand, I got a hot dog and a Dr. Pepper. Who am I to say anything? Or boiled peanuts at your guys' game. And, I'm chilling, and I'm like, man, I'd have done this, and this. But they couldn't, because you got two guys. You had one guy trying to find out who's going on the field and the other guy trying to call a play, and there's nobody in the headphones. I mean, it was just so tough on them. I felt for the coaches. I felt for the kids. I felt for everybody. But that was my first mission, was we were going to have a coach for every single position, and then every coach has been hand-picked. A lot of these guys played at North Bay Haven. Coaching our offensive line is Josh Stuckey. He was two-time first-team All-State offensive lineman for us. He's had success, but they have Buccaneer blood. So now when a kid starts thinking, oh, man, it's a real smart, popular thing in town, let's go transfer to X, Y, or Z, we got coaches that can talk to them and say, man, I stuck it out. And this is one thing why I kind of picked these guys. They're seniors. Outside of this one here, these guys stuck it out, and they're all two-sport, three-sport athletes on this table. So that's something that's rare in football and in modern day, but we push it. I think he's a three-sport. Everyone else at least a two. And that's something we push in our program, because I want that guy, when it's 12 seconds left in a basketball game, I want the point guard that's going to take that shot and make it, because he's also the guy you want to put the football in the hands in the fourth quarter. I want that baseball player over here that when it's a full count, has got no fear, and he's going to take that ball and drive it out of the park because he's learning how to compete. I want that weightlifter when he gets to the state meet and dominates because he's got no fear. I want that wrestler that he's at the high school Olympics and he's lining up against three-time world champ Iran, and he just looks at him and goes, let's go. That's the attitude we've changed. I don't think they had that attitude the last couple of years, but that's the attitude. Hey, we're going to fight you in the parking lot. We'll fight you on the grass. We'll fight you on the field. We are not going to give up. You might beat us. You might very well. I don't have a crystal ball, but I promise you're going to know you've been in a ball game, because that's the attitude we have here. These guys are going to compete. And that's the whole thing. That's why I've got a coach at every position every day. Our D-line coach played in the NFL. He's talking to these guys constantly about, hey, when I played at Bozeman, when I played at Maryland, when I played in the NFL, this is how I got there. All our coaches have had success at what they've done, and they're changing the attitude, and that's the whole thing.
Coach, what has excited you the most going into this season? Whether it's been a particular position group or whether it's offense or defense, what has you really excited going into this year?
I remember, Coach Teese remembers these days, when I first got there, we had more linemen than Carter's got liver pills, and I'd have a receiver. And he couldn't catch. He couldn't run. He'd be a little white dude just running around out there, and everybody would say, why cover him? I remember one year Marianna did not cover our wideouts, and it worked because they couldn't catch anyways. I didn't blame them. I was like, good job. They didn't worry about it. They said, stop that running back, Cam Gant and Nate Webb. Well, now I got a group that can catch footballs. Now, if I could find anybody that's got a quarterback that wants to transfer, I ain't got one. I'm just saying we need someone that can throw the football. I'm about to drop kick our passes, but we're working on that. I got offensive linemen that might be able to throw. All the fat kids think they can throw. So, yeah, I think our receiver group and our DB group have really kind of changed from what we normally have. He's just like every running back we've had. He's going to grind out 1,000 yards. Do a great job, lean on him, and our linebackers are pretty consistent. We're a little bit thin on the O-line, D-line, but our receiver DB group is what's really, really, really shining.
Coach.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Coach, coming off of a winless season, but we're going to forget the past.
Amen.
What is a successful season for not only you, but for you guys? Because some would say being competitive, some would say district championship. But in your eyes, what would be success?
You do know that they only scored 9 points last year. So let's just keep that in mind too. 3 points versus North Florida Christian and 6 points versus Baker. Or you guys scored 2 touchdowns versus Baker. Whatever. You didn't score a whole lot of points. So the bottom line is success. District championship. North Bay Haven's never won a district championship. To win a district championship, you got to beat Marianna, Rutherford, and Bozeman. That ain't easy. It's going to be tough. I'm going to be honest. Success, winning one more game than last year, that's not success. That's losing. That's a losing record. We ain't going to have a losing record. That's our goal. Our mission is postseason, whether it be a bowl game, playoff. That's the mission. Anything less is not what we are here for.
one final question for everyone on the panel. Vision for the program moving forward. Talk to me about where you see North Bay Haven football in the next 2 to 3 years.
I see it being a real contender in the area, and just being able to play in all these games against all these tough opponents and staying in it and winning.
I definitely see us as a high competitive team in the future, and everybody knowing that we're going to fight.
I'll see it as a team that'll give it their all every game and really just try to be as competitive as they can.
I could see them probably being state contenders. There's some young people we have on our team that I can definitely see going like Power 5 route. There's a couple receivers that are like 6'3" plus. There's some sophomores. They got some dogs. I can see them going really far.
I can definitely see us as a team on the rise, and we're going to be legitimate because we have and we've always had the talent, but I feel like now and in the years to come, we're going to have the support from like a legitimate program.
I can see in the next 2 to 3 years, just with the young guys we got more hunger and they got a dog. I just see like them being good fighters, and with the coaches now, they got the full pieces, and just when they put it together, they there.
First and foremost, I'm blessed to be able to coach or be a coach under Coach Siegel's staff. I'm learning so much each and every day. All these players are growing and learning, and I'm excited to be a part of that. I keep telling my wide receiving core that we are going to be the best wide receiving core in the Panhandle.
All right, if there are no more questions for North Bay Haven, we definitely want to thank them and Coach Siegel for joining us here for Media Day. We're going to pause and take a quick break, and when we come back, we're joined by our next team on the panel. All right, welcome back to Media Day 2025 here in beautiful Panama City Beach. Here at Dave & Buster's, we are now joined by South Walton and their head coach, Coach Phil Tisa. Coach, thank you so much for joining us here today. I'm going to give you 2 minutes to go ahead and talk to me about Seahawk football and go ahead and introduce your guys as well.
Appreciate you having us, and excited to be here, excited for this opportunity for these kids, and excited to be out of the Bedouin business and getting to play back at home for the first time in a year. So with me today, I have Dean McGee over here to my left and Connor Rooney. And then over on this side, got Preston Hernandez and Jackson Fader. So, these guys are a cornerstone in our program. And, like I said, it's good to be finally back at home in that new stadium and, going to put the trailer away for a year.
Coach, go ahead and talk to me about the new digs. Anything special? I know most of the time you get excited when there's a new locker room or new facilities, but it looks like you guys went all out.
Yeah, we did. NFL quality turf, rubberized track. Also have the jumbotron and the dance and light show, sync to music and all that fun stuff. But it's nice to have a place to go out, call our own and not have to worry about getting, rained out or, practicing in the swamp over there in South Walton area. So it's a beautiful facility, and, we look forward to scoring a lot of touchdowns on it this year.
Coach, talk to me about last season a little bit. Anytime you're on the road like that, especially week after week, talk to me just about how it built adversity, being able to overcome adversity with your team and how you guys were able to use that going into this season, especially being excited about being back in your new digs.
I mean, to be honest with you, I don't think we overcame it last year. We just lived in it. It was rough having 8 home games and even the 3 or 8 away games, and even the 3 home games that we had were at the middle school. So, every week you were packing up the trailer and going somewhere. That's tough, to go along with a tough schedule. It was a rough year, but the past is the past. This is a new group of guys, made some additions and subtractions from the coaching staff and been working hard all off season. And these guys can tell you better than I can. I feel like right now the vibe is there. It's going in the right direction, and I think everybody's excited to, welcome this new stadium, new uniforms, all that stuff that goes away with it. We pretty much took everything from last year, took it out back, shot it, buried it, and we'll never see it again. So, just looking forward to this year with this group of guys.
Coach, let's go ahead and jump into X's and O's. Talk to me about really just who you got coming back, filling in positions for guys that have graduated from last year, and what has you excited about this year's team?
There's a lot of things to be excited about, as far as, filling in positions. Really kind of, I'd say maybe Dean's the most experienced of our offensive linemen coming back as far as Friday nights go. So there's a lot of area there for from some of these young guys to step up and really make their mark as far as on the offensive line. Most people know about our quarterback. He's a phenomenal player, J.D. Brown. But, we're able to go out there and put a great group of weapons around him that at the receiver position to give him that luxury to do what he does. And then really excited about our defensive front. Have a lot of experience coming back there, and our front 7 really do impress me. And there's not a lot of depth there, but we have 1 or 2 guys that can also jump in and fill in on that defensive front. And then the back end of the defense will be a lot of younger kids that are really getting a lot of Friday night experience for the first time, but have a bright future ahead of them.
Question for the guys. You guys are, I'm pretty sure you're tired of wearing white uniforms. Talk to me just about the excitement coming up for this season and really what has summer been like for you guys?
On the first part, we are extremely excited to be able to put on some different uniforms. I was getting pretty tired of just wearing white all the time. But we're all extremely hyped. We have an extremely nice new stadium. We're extremely excited to play on this field and give it all we have.
I think we're really blessed to be able to have everything that we got with the new stadium and the new jerseys, and they definitely look a lot better than the all white and the all black every single week.
I'm just really excited to, I guess this whole season was about like changing the culture, new stadium, new jerseys, just trying to not repeat what we did last season, bring the program forward.
I'm really looking forward to playing with people who want to be here and like want to work hard and win and put everything they have on the field. So I'm just excited for that as well.
Coming into this season, I know you guys have been putting in a lot of hard work. Where do you feel like the biggest improvement has been made? Just really whether it's camaraderie, building the bond, or whether it's increasing your position awareness and everything like that. Talk to me about just where you feel like the biggest improvement has come from.
I think everybody's gotten a lot mentally tougher, especially having to go through last year and coming in with all this new, all these privileges. Everything that we've had to work for, so we can't get all this in fall. We have to meet our standards that we've set for this year.
I feel like we have greatly improved on our work in the weight room. This off season, we have been grinding out nonstop, holding each other accountable to just put in the work and get stronger and stronger each day.
Yeah, I agree with that, what he said. I mean, last year we had like guys who we needed to rely on were, not putting in work in the weight room. And this year it's changed a lot. Everybody else is kind of bringing each other up. And I definitely feel this year we have a lot like tighter bond as a team. We're definitely a lot closer than last season.
Coach, one of the things, especially when it almost when you feel like you're turning over a new leaf, what do you feel like has been the staple for being able to build success? Because prior it was a great run previous to last year. What do you feel like is probably going to be the most critical thing going into this season, and how do you see that playing out on the field?
Definitely for me, it's mindset. With everything last year, and I mean, to be completely honest with you, I did a piss poor job of leadership is really what it boils down to. That's where it always starts. And, taking a look in the mirror and, surveyed these guys, surveyed parents, surveyed coaches, and, had to listen to some hard truths. And, you take that and you figure out what do you got to do to be able to right this ship. We have the right pieces of the puzzle in the group of kids that we have. And if they didn't want to be a part of that puzzle, we got rid of it. So, I mean, that's really where it starts. It's all in the mindset. And this group decided they want to do something different. And that's from the top all the way down to, the water girl. We're going to do something different, and that's just the way we're going to do it.
Coach, in terms of production, what can we expect to see on offense and defense? I mean,
I hope we've been known to put up some points. I hope we're able to continue to do that. I'm actually stepping in and doing the play calling this year, so excited. It's been a few years since I've done that, but I think the guys have been, very receptive and done a good job of learning, what I like to do and what I believe fits our kids. And, defensively, I think they've done nothing but improve each year as they've continued to get more comfortable in Coach Rob's scheme. So, in my mind, there's opportunities for big advancement. So,
question for the guys: who holds you accountable on the field?
Our position coaches definitely hold us accountable, but also I feel like we hold each other accountable to certain standards as well. Like if we see somebody miss a block or drop a ball, we're always on top of each other, telling each other to get better.
Like what Dean just said, last year there wasn't enough of player-led accountability. We relied too much on the coaches to fix our problems, and we needed to step in as teammates and help each other get better.
Yeah, it was like a result of not being as close and like tight a bonded team together as we wouldn't hold each other accountable. And it was all, I guess, on the coaches to do that, which is a problem. And now this season where it's a lot more player-held accountability.
Coach, even though being back into your own home digs is going to be exciting. The schedule is still going to be daunting. Talk to me just about preparation going into first week of practice. What do you expect to see out of these guys?
It's a tough schedule, but it's a good schedule. I think it's competitive. But it's something we've been working for. We started early this summer and kicked it off with our man camp and went and spent a couple of days with the special forces and, had them beat the crap out of us a little bit and make us a little bit tougher. And then, we're going to have a little referee scrimmage on the 9th over with Crestview. So we're going to go take on, another big school. And then we have the kickoff classic with Mosley. So, two top-notch area programs that are bigger schools that, you take those challenges because it doesn't matter as far as record goes, but you get a good gauge of where you are and where you need to improve against quality opponents. And then we'll jump into the regular season after that. So hopefully that's a good warm-up for us. And, biggest thing is learn something and come out healthy.
One more question for the guys. What's something that Coach Tisa has been saying in the offseason over and over again that just has stuck with you?
He's been preaching a lot about showing up, and that's big because if you're not here, you're not putting in the work. Somebody else that's behind you is working harder than you and wanting that position. So I feel like that's just had us more bought in than we've been in the past, and we're all ready to have a great season this year.
Another big thing that we've been nonstop getting told that we need to improve on is to become a player-led team. We need, like we said earlier, we need to hold each other accountable. We need to call each other out, and it will be all for the better of the team.
One thing I've been heard all my entire time being at South Walton is being relentless in everything you do, doing everything 100% to the best of your ability, whatever that is, just going all out all the time.
Coach, one final question for you. Define this upcoming season in one word.
Bright.
If there are no more questions for the Seahawks, Coach Tisa, we thank you for coming out to Media Day. We appreciate you guys for joining us. We're going to take a short break, and when we come back, we will be joined by our next team on the panel. All right, welcome back to Media Day 2025 here in beautiful Panama City Beach at Dave and Buster's. Want to give a shout out to Ed here at Dave and Buster's. Did a great job helping us get set up, so a huge shout out to him. Without further ado, we have the Marianna Bulldogs here on the panel and their head coach, Coach Glover. Coach, thank you so much for coming out and bringing your guys. Go ahead and take a couple of minutes. Tell us all about this year's edition of Bulldog football, and go ahead and introduce your team.
All right, man. We just want to thank you for having us. It's always a great time showing up here and doing this. And I got some of my key players with us today. We got a young team this year. We're really looking forward to see what some of these guys can do. On my left over here, we have our returning tackle, Max Roberts, and Terrell James is a returner on the line. So this year, our line defense and offense is going to be one of our key points. That's going to be a really good thing for us this year is our line. And then we have a returner right here from that got the ball a lot last year, Sergio Womble. Then we have a guy that was a role player last year, but he has turned out to be one of our key players this year, going to run the football and play a linebacker, which is Grayson Herman. And then we have another back that didn't get to do a whole lot last year because of just, of having 22 seniors. But this year is another one of our backs is I believe, is going to have a breakout year, and that's Kentrell James. So we're excited about this season.
Coach, last season was a great ride. I know you got a lot of production out of those guys, and you also graduated quite a bit. Go ahead and talk to me a little bit about some of the other positions that you guys have filled in with some new talent.
Well, that's all of them except for the O-line. So we had to fill a lot of gaps this year, but these young guys have stepped up through spring and through summer, and we are really excited about that. I mean, our whole defensive unit is new this year. So I mean, I think everybody on the defense last year was, except for one guy, was a senior. We have a lot of seniors in the skill position for the offense, so we've had to replace a lot of guys, but there again. They had 22 seniors ahead of them. They didn't get to play because of that, and there's some guys that's gonna shock some people this year. So I'm excited to see what they can do.
Coach, it's always going to be next man up when you're in that kind of position. What are you guys doing during the off season to try and get these guys galvanized and ready for the season, knowing that playing time might have been limited, but you're going to be counting on them in the fall?
Well, I mean, we talk about it, and then just being in the weight room together every day and working hard in the weight room, I mean, that builds a lot of confidence, builds a lot of, when you're building strength mentally and physically, and the off season is just a grind for everyone. But when you get in there with your boys every day and be with them and just know that if they want to be at Marianna, man, I want to be there with them. And they're here to work, and we're here to do the best we can this year. So I'm looking forward to it.
Coach, at the key positions, are there any guys that have shined already, or like any positions that are locked down? Because some coaches say in the offseason everybody's trying out to start. So are there any positions locked down right now?
Yeah, we definitely. I mean, our O-line's locked down. I mean, because they're back from last year. We had to replace one guy on the O-line. He was our sixth man off the bench last year, and he's a tough, hard-nosed kid, and he's been working hard all spring, all summer. So, I mean, our O-line's pretty much locked in, and, I mean, unless something crazy happens, knock on wood, we don't want that to happen. But and then we got some guys over here that just stepped into their role in the spring, and they have not let anybody take it away from them. I mean, Grayson did a great job against Arnold this year in the spring game. And when he, kind of did what he was coached to do and hit that hole as hard as he could, he scored. So it's nice to see that guy that can run like that. Sergio got hurt in basketball season, so he's coming back off of an ACL tear. So we're looking for big things out of him. So he's been working hard to rehab. So we're excited about that.
Question for the guys. Understanding that, maybe playing time might have been limited, what do you feel like has been the single most important thing in this offseason to get ready for 2025?
Wait, re-say that question again for me real quick.
What do you feel like has been the most important thing to get ready for this season that you guys focused on in the offseason?
Just really hitting the weight room hard and showing it on both sides in the field and the weight room, and just having grit.
Everybody just going 100% at practice, filling in their role, just being the next person, next man up.
Yeah, just everybody just doing their role every day, trying to get to practice whenever they're supposed to, and just doing exactly what the coach and the staff is telling us to do, and just putting 100% into everything that we do every day.
The discipline for showing up to practice every day during the summer when everybody else is sitting on the couch watching TV and stuff, but you're out grinding in the weight room and on the field.
Coach, what have you seen that allows this group to be different from last year's team?
Oh man, there's a lot of qualities that this group shows that the last group had, which was the last group we had was leadership. And because we're going to be so young this year, it reminds me last year's seniors when they started leading when they were 10th and 11th graders. And I mean, that's one of the things we preach, that we need to. I need these guys to lead. I don't need to be the only voice. And I'm seeing a lot of leadership out of these guys. So, and that's exciting to have that, because that's what it takes. And for one of them to use the word grit, I'm really excited, because that is what I preached all summer, is having grit. So thank you for saying that.
Guys, one of the things that I try to ask is about bonding and coming together as a team. If you guys are locked in the cage, who's going to be the one to break you guys out?
I think we all gonna work as a team. Everybody do what they can do to get us out of the cage.
Like he said, I think we're just gonna work as a team and just grind it out.
Same thing.
Yeah, like they said, I feel like if we all work as a team and work at every element, then we're going to eventually just break out of that cage.
Coach, going back to that question, if knowing what you know about these guys, if one of those guys gets left behind in the cage, who do you feel like is going to be the first one to go back to get that last guy?
This guy right here beside me, I'm just going to point Terrell out. He's been a starter for us for the last 3 years. He is the quietest guy on our team. All he does is show up and work. And if I needed somebody to come get me, it would be any of these guys at this stage if I needed help. But if I had to pick one of them, I would pick Terrell to go up there, because he's going to be there for you. He's going to be there as a brother, and he's going to lead it by example. So, man, it's just really good to have guys like Terrell here on our team.
Coach, the past couple of years, you've kind of had this district locked up, season after season. Now coming in with the younger team, how are you going to kind of keep that standard of, everyone, because I remember in years past, they've said we have to beat Marianna to win this district championship. Now with the younger team, going from being the hunter to the hunted, or you've been the hunted this whole time, but you've kind of maintained that success. How are you looking to maintain that standard of we're going to be district champions, we're going to get that, and make it to the playoffs, because that's something you've continued to do across the years?
Well, that's one of the things that I mentioned out there in the foyer, that we have to play Florida High no matter what. You have to go through Florida High in our league. And the one thing about Florida High is their teams show up and they know they're going to win. That's what I want for these guys. I want them to know they can win. The last few years we were like, I think we can win. I believe we can win, and I'm seeing that more and more in their eyes, that they believe that they can win now. And that's just what we want, to just keep winning and keep grinding. And no matter if we win or lose, once we're done playing, they know they played us. And that's where the grit comes in. I want these guys to be tougher than everybody we play. If they beat us, they beat us, but they're going to know they had a fight with us.
Coach, obviously the schedule doesn't get any easier. especially coming in with a group of guys who are still trying to bond together. Talk to me a little bit about expectations week one. What do you expect to see during that first game?
Well, we always play Walton week one, and it's always a barn burner, and it's a good game. So I don't really know. I know what I'm expecting. I'm expecting these guys to come out and give me 100%, go out there and do what they're supposed to do, and be tough and play tough, and don't just roll over. And I think that coming off our season last year, we want to keep that mentality that we can win, and we're going to win, and we're going to do our job, and just keep working.
All right, one final question. How does this season end for Marianna?
Anybody want to answer that one?
10-0.
Oh, well, I've been here since I've been the head coach this will be my fourth season. First year we missed the playoffs. The second year we made the playoffs. The third year we made the playoffs. But we've got knocked out by Florida High every year. I would love to win the first round of the playoffs. That's my goal this year, and go from there.
Back to your question, I feel like our season and our record, I feel like we're going to be successful either way. If we have a winning season or if we have just a regular mid-season, I feel like at the end of the day, this football thing is going to teach us all how to be men in the real world.
I think going off a 10-0 season last year, we know we got big shoes to fill, and we're just going to get everything we got to do the same thing this year.
All right, if there are no more questions for the Marianna Bulldogs, we definitely want to thank them and their head coach, Coach Glover. Thank you so much for coming out. We also want to give a huge shout out to Dave and Buster's for having us and hosting us here for Media Day 2025. We're going to pause and take a quick break and bring up our next team on the panel in just a minute.
Summer fun is around every turn at the all-new Dave & Buster's, with never-before-seen games like Hot Wheels Victory Lap. Brand new menu items, including turbocharged chicken sliders. And a nationwide race with players across the country. Zoom up the new leaderboard and race toward exclusive prizes before they race off without you. So rev those engines and win on all cylinders at the all-new Dave & Buster's.
All right, welcome back to Media Day 2025 here at Dave & Buster's here in beautiful Panama City Beach. We definitely want to give a shout out to them for hosting us once again. Joining us now on the panel, we have Arnold High School and their head coach, Coach Griffin. Coach, thank you so much for joining us. Go ahead and take a couple of minutes to tell us all about Arnold Martin football.
Sorry about that. Yeah, I had a big change a year ago. A year ago I was looking down the table and just trying to remember the names of the guys, so we were under a lot of pressure in a short period of time to try to get the program up and running and get some games won. But, we managed to have a pretty decent season, going 7-4, making the first round. But, we've got a lot of guys back. Most of these guys have been with us. Got a lot of returners, had a young football team last year, so pretty excited about the opportunities ahead of us this season for Arnold.
Coach, I'm going to let the guys go ahead and introduce themselves.
Daniel Fakehoff. Dalen Davis.
Will Cotter.
Elijah Hassan.
Darren Elder.
Charlie Cotter.
Armando Torres.
Colton McLeod.
Coach, fantastic season last year. I think you guys turned a lot of heads. Talk to me just about what came together that really allowed you guys to make that run that you guys made, and talk to me how that carries over into this offseason.
Well, in getting there in the situation that was in, these guys hadn't had much success, and I think it started from the first day that I got there. I looked at those guys, and the first thing I said to them was, "Stop worrying about when we're going to win and start thinking about how many we're going to win." And I think from that day, they kind of springboarded these guys into thinking, okay, this guy believes in us. And I think that was the biggest thing, me believing in these guys and them believing in me. They knew who I was. It wasn't like I was a stranger coming in, so they had an idea who I was. So I think that them seeing me believe in them right out of the gate, and those guys, trusting me and me believing in them, that combination I think is what really made the difference in getting that thing up and running. Then we had a great coaching staff that did a great, outstanding job getting these guys ready to play football, and these guys buying in and the work they put in was just the difference last year and getting it from where the program was to where we got it to.
Coach, how important was that first game victory over Bay High to propel you to the start that you had? Because I feel like you said, you all turned heads, but I feel like that first game right there versus Bay High was kind of like the statement victory. Even though it was week one, it was like the statement victory of the season. And y'all went on a 4-game winning streak. Y'all ended up then going 7-4. Like, just how important was that, getting the season started off right, getting these kids to, once they believe, to see the product of that belief?
Well, the week before we had some success in the Jamboree, the Kickoff Classic. So, when you come in and you tell these guys, if you guys do this, this will happen. And telling them that, and of course, they're going to have some doubt, but to have that success in week one, to have that success right out of the gate, I think that was a springboard for us. Those guys said, Coach told us if we did all these things that this would happen, and oh my gosh, it happened. So I think that was an opportunity for us just to springboard off that and to keep, kind of keep that rolling for a little while.
Now with district competition, Choctaw, they're every year a formidable foe, and y'all played them twice last season and lost both times. How are you? I know it's not the main game on the schedule, but for your district, I feel like it has to be. So how are you guys preparing to, now that you've had a taste of what it takes to be a district champion, or what it takes to defeat a district champion? How are you kind of trying to make that happen?
Well, Banji, I think it is the most important game on our schedule. If our goals are to, make a good run in the playoffs and do things, kind of expand on what we did last year, I think that, that playing with Choctaw and beating Choctaw would be the main goal for us this year. We have a much tougher schedule. We had 3 guys drop us last year that probably would have been 3 of our easier games. We replaced that with some tough guys. These guys over here, and some other tough teams that we've had to replace those games with. So we've got a much tougher schedule. Going to have some good tests ahead of us this year. But I think all of that hopefully is going to prepare us for that game against Choctaw, and hopefully that those early tests, those early tough games, that our guys are going to be ready to play a tough team in Choctaw.
Can you tell me a little bit about the development of your quarterback? And Will, can you just tell me about how you've upgraded or developed your game through an off season, working with Coach Griffin and working with the OC, how you've kind of increased your game, or kind of maybe the mental side or the physical side, how you've gotten better this off season?
I feel like just a lot of work with Coach Stanton, Coach Griff, a lot of field time, just kind of getting in his head where now we're like seeing the same thing.
You know, it's like you see the gaps, you see where you're attacking, you see where you want to go.
And Coach, can you just tell me about his development from your eyes as a coach? You know, you've kind of gotten the moniker of a quarterback guru, quarterback whisperer. So can you just tell me about what you've seen from your quarterback?
Well, I think we will this year. I think early in the summer we talked about the mental aspect of the game and just having that mental focus. You know, we always talk about being where our feet are and having that intense focus and trying to, you know, kind of reach that peak performance level that we have. And I think Will did some studying on some things like that, you know, reading into flow and some of those things that kind of help him with that aspect. Because I think, you know, he always has a grasp of what we're trying to do, and he's always, you know, he's a smart kid and has a very good understanding of what we're trying to do on the offense. But I think sometimes there's a lack of focus in you know, before and last year, and I think that's what he's done all summer. Is he's really worked on having that intense focus, being where his feet are, having that intense focus. Every time we step on the field, he flips that switch, and I think that's the difference between a year ago and where he's at now. And I could not be more proud of the progress that he's made.
How are the guys looking in the weight room? Because we know that Kevin Pettis was a big part of that weight room. So how, post Kevin Pettis, how's that weight room looking like? And maybe from the guys, a little bit of what the weight room sessions look like this summer.
Well, you know, KP, that's just, you know, he's a weight room guy. I mean, there's, you know, he's the job he does and the things he does in there, you know, not a lot of guys can match that. But we had someone who was already working with him, Jake Murphy, who's done a great job taking that over. And then Josh Wright's all, you know, kind of mentored Jake, and you know, they've developed in a program, and I think we've had a great summer in the weight room. I don't think there's been that much of a drop off as far as that's concerned. I do know that we're, I think, conditioning wise, and as far as where we're at going into Monday, I think we're as good a situation as we were a year ago.
Anything from the guys about the weight room sessions?
I mean, I don't really see a difference in it. Coach Murphy, he handles us really well. And like our conditioning and stuff, we do a lot more conditioning this year than last year. I feel like I'm in really good shape going into the season.
Yeah, just like Darren said, we've been grinding just like last year, trying to get as strong, fast as we can possibly be.
And last season, what we called the county championship with Mosley, it didn't end too well for Arnold. I guess what I'm trying to ask is, how are you looking towards that matchup again with Mosley? Because, you know, there was kind of like a brash end to it where both sides had to be pulled apart and stuff like that. How are you looking towards it? Is this the new rivalry that you're maybe telling your guys, or is it just going to be another game on the schedule?
Well, you know, Mosley's has been established. They've done a great job. Tommy Joe's done a good job with that program for several years now. And, you know, us being an upstart program, you know, I'm not sure that our program was in a place to where we were ready to compete with them, and I think that's where we want to get to. We want to be able to compete with those tough teams like Choctaw, like Mosley. You know, we want to be able to compete with those teams, and I think that's been our focus since last year. And I know, you know, we walked out of that stadium with a bad taste in our mouth. I know that I did, and, you know, it wasn't my best moment for sure as a man. But you know, I think our guys, you know, having that experience, I think we understand that we don't want to have that experience again, and I think that's been these guys' goal all off season long, is to say that, hey, if we want to be those teams, then we have to put the work in. We have to do the things to get there. And I think Mosley was quite a bit ahead of us. Choctaw was quite a bit ahead of us. Hopefully, we're catching up though.
Coach, obviously there was a lot of creativity I saw, especially in the offensive side. Talk to me a little bit about defense, because I saw a lot of grit there as well. What do you bring back in on the defensive side that's really going to stand out going into 2025?
Well, you know, there's a comfort level with me with our new defense coordinator, which is not new. You know, when we made the Final Four a couple of years ago, Josh Wright was our defense coordinator, and he had one of the best defenses in the state of Florida. And so he stepped right in with the departure of KP, and he's jumped right in there. And, you know, I have a comfort level with him because, you know, again, he's just one of the most outstanding football coaches in the state of Florida. You know, I have the utmost respect for him and the job that he does. So I'm really pleased with Josh, and then Christian Peterson, and then, you know, picked up one of my old teammates from college, Troy Kimbrell. We've got an outstanding defensive staff. And we also have a lot of outstanding returners that love to play defense. You know, guys like, you know, Darren and Charlie, Eli, you know, Dalen, these guys love to play defense. You know, sometimes, you know, Darren's got to play offense for us. You know, some of these guys got to play some double duty because he's just too good a football player. But yeah, I think if you gave Darren the choice, he wants to be on that defensive side of the ball, and that's, you know, that's an unusual thing for guys to want to play defense, want to hit, want to mix it up. And I think that's the style of defense that Josh likes to play. We like to play fast, we like to play physical, and I think these guys kind of fit that mold. And I'm excited about, you know, there'll be some differences in the way we do things, but I'm excited to see these guys cut loose in that new system.
Guys, you spend a lot of time in the off season together, bonding. Who's the funniest guy? Who's the one that keeps everybody rolling?
I personally think it's Nathan Neely. He couldn't join us today, but he brings a lot of energy to the weight room, and he just brightens my mood every morning.
Definitely Nathan Neely. He's just always running around, funny, having fun, and going hard.
Personally, I would say Charlie Cotter right there. Yeah, he's like funny sometimes, and like sometimes he can be serious, sometimes he can like joke around and all that.
Coach, I saw, especially we go back to last year. I know that was a tough loss against Mosley, but I saw a huge bounce back the following week against Rickards. A very tough win. Talk to me just about fighting through adversity and being able to carry that over into this season.
Yeah, that's one of those things that we really try to impress upon these guys is that you're going to have ups and downs, you're going to have highs and lows, and we try to fight through that adversity, fight through those tough times, and I think that having that confidence, that we built early in the season, that we had that tough loss. And again, nobody walked away from that feeling good, but we had a tough one next week, so we had to turn the page. We had to refocus and get back to, to win again. That was a game that, we win, we're in the playoffs. If we lose, we're not. So I think our guys, accepted that challenge. They understood the challenge. And I think that was one of the best practice weeks we had probably all season last year. And I think the result that we got from it was a result of that.
Guys, one final question for you. Talk to me about expectations going into week number 1, whether it's personal accountability or personal goals, but really focusing as a team. Where do you guys expect to be by week number 1 before you hit the field?
We expect to be ready to hit, ready to go play some offense, score some touchdowns, and so we're the same team, and we're going after more this year.
I expect us all to be on the same page. We know what we have to do going into week 1 and show everyone that last year wasn't an accident and that we could keep it going for the years to come.
Just to say that again, we're really glad. We really want to look forward with all the intensity we had in the summer. And like we said, to be on the same page during week 1 and do it again this year.
Coach, one final question for you. Define success going into week number 1.
Well, I'll tell you, you see these guys come to work every day in the summer, and seeing these guys that are committed to Arnold football and the guys that want to be there, that's success to me. The success we've had is building these young men and who they are, their character, how they represent themselves in the classroom, the things that they do in the hallways. We're already a success. If you're asking me personally, this is success to me. As far as the football season goes, obviously we want to build upon what we did last year. There's nothing these guys could do to disappoint me. I'm so proud of again coming in and how they believed in me and we believed in each other. It's been a special thing. It's been a special experience for me. So, but I think they feel the same way that I do. I think last year we want to prove that we can have that continued success. And I think that last year we want to treat that as a jumping off point. And I think that all of our goal and I think success this year would be that we do a little bit more at the end of the season than we did last year.
All right, if there are no more questions for the Arnold Marlins, we definitely want to thank the team for showing up here to Media Day. And Coach Griffin, thank you so much once again. We're going to pause and take a quick break and keep it rolling with our next team up on the panel.
Introducing the all-new Dave & Buster's, where you can play new and exclusive games in our iconic arcade. Take fun to new heights in the Human Crane. Cheer on your favorite team with massive new screens. And enjoy our delicious new menus to share with friends and family. It's everything you loved about Dave & Buster's and everything you will love about Dave & Buster's. Experience it all today with the Eat and Play combo starting at $19.99.
Welcome back to Media Day 2025 here at Dave and Buster's here in beautiful Panama City Beach. We're so happy to be here. Up next, without further ado, we have the Blountstown Tigers. Coach Wagner, thank you so much for coming out and joining us here today. I'm going to give you a couple of minutes to go ahead and talk about your team, this year's upcoming season, and let your guys introduce themselves.
Well, first of all, thank you guys for having us here today. As we get ready for the 2025 season, we're excited about our team. Last year we had a very young football team last year, and those guys grew up a lot as the year went on. But obviously we weren't there where we needed to be at the end of the season. But these kids have come back. We started back in December when we got put out by Madison in the quarterfinals. We've kind of changed the way we kind of off-train from the off-season wise, and these kids have done a really good job of working through the off-season. But like I said, every team in the state of Florida lifts weights. Every team in the state of Florida runs. It's kind of what the standard you do it. And these kids have put in a lot of work to get ready for the season. But obviously, right now we're just trying to get ready for that first game. So I'm going to pass it down here and let these guys introduce themselves.
Trent Bumper.
Bowen Barber.
Mari Thomas. Keaton Beach.
Jalen Jones. Say Dawson. Kurt Ellis. K.M. Martin.
Coach, can you speak to me a little bit about the kind of the new guys that have come in, because it seems like that this Blountstown team has grown, and you said you were young last year. Can you talk about maybe the experience that is coming in and how that transforms the team as a whole?
If you look up here, last year we had a 1,000-yard rusher down there, Caden Martin, last year for us. We had Kurt Ellis. Both of them are going to be juniors this year. Kurt Ellis, he averaged around 10 yards a play last year and really came on as the year went on. Obviously, we've added Amari Thomas, who obviously I think was the state leading rusher last year. But there's a kid we got on our team that nobody wants to talk about because he was kind of hurt last year. One named Aiden Williams, who's also going to be a junior. These kids will tell you that he's probably one that's going to be a major factor for us this year. He's one that he just kind of battled injury. He actually was our starter last year to begin the season and got hurt before the very first game. But he came back and he's had an extremely good offseason as well. So we got a lot of talented kids, but look at this team. We got obviously Tay Dawson sitting next to me. He's been pretty much a 3-year starter there at Blountstown, and maybe been a 4-year starter, but he's one that's kind of led the defense wise from the standpoint. We got Trenton Pumphrey down here at the end, who's been a 2-year starter for us. So we've got a lot of guys back. We've added Jalen Jones behind me right here, who's a quarterback. He also plays free safety, and we got the big guy behind me right here, Keaton Beach, plays tackle for us. And so, going into the season, we got some really good pieces. You got Bowen Barber down here is going to be a senior also. That he's one that he's he's an athlete. He can play a lot of different spots. He plays safety. He can play slot. He can play quarterback. I mean, he can play different positions as well. So we've got a lot of returning pieces. But, you know, as you go, I mean, obviously every season is different. You know, you got injuries, you got things. But I think the difference between this team and last year's team, I think we got a lot of guys where, you know, we don't necessarily have to play guys both ways on the line of scrimmage, which is big for when you're 1A rural school. But like I said, I mean, we're a work in progress. I mean, you know, we know that to get where we want to get to, we got a long ways to go. I think you look at last year's team. The turning point of that team last year, where it helped us in the offseason, was getting whipped by Walton, who's sitting right here. You know, that game to us it showed us that we weren't there. I mean, and we weren't there. I mean, we got exposed, and they physically beat us. I mean, if you ask our guys, the team that beat us the most last year, I mean, you know, Masson was really good, but Walton was the one that physically beat us. And when we knew that when we started the offseason program, we had to change some things, the way we did things in the weight room, and so, you know, we'll find out if that's worked. But you know, we still got a long ways to go, but we're excited about where we are right now.
Coach, you guys gave us probably one of the most exciting games last season. I saw triple overtime. I saw a lot of grit out of that team. Talk to me just about how that just has defined what you guys do when you guys hit the field, and how that mentality has just carried over to each individual player.
You know, I mean, that's just a Blountstown way. You know, that's long before I became head coach. I've been here 1 year, but you know, Coach Jordan, Coach Johnson, Coach Johns. I mean, all the guys in the past kind of play more to that than I am. I mean, this is only my second year here, but you know, at Blountstown, I mean, Blountstown's going to battle you no matter what. You know, you may beat us, but you know, we're going to come back next week when we're ready to play. But that's kind of just the Blountstown mentality, and that's kind of been the tradition there at Blountstown for a long time. And you know, I think that it's important for each team. You know, we talk about the tradition there at Blountstown all the time. You know, the people before us has created that tradition, and it's our job to keep that tradition going. So you know, when you play Blountstown, you may beat us, but I can promise you we're going to give you everything we got.
What were some of the biggest strides made this offseason, especially with all the new guys coming in or the guys that are coming back? What were some of the biggest strides, whether weight room, whether on the field? What were some of the big strides?
Obviously, everything goes to the weight room. You know, that we kind of changed the way we did the off-season program. We did a lot more pushing sleds and prowlers and speed work. We kind of divided it up. We kind of, to be honest with you, we kind of took a big school approach and applied it to a small 1A rural school. And we had a lot of kids that trained outside more beyond than what we did, and that's probably something that not they hadn't done that in the past. We had kids that went at speed training, did different things on their own. But you know, I think that it started in the weight room. We had to get stronger, and a lot of that was because we were young last year. I mean, we had some of these sophomores. I think this year's team, I think it's 14. I think maybe 15 seniors, but I think we got 24 juniors coming on this team here next year. So I mean, we're really a junior-heavy team, and so. But a lot of that is just because the kids have done a really good job of buying into what we're trying to do in the weight room. You know, but again, it goes back to that kind of that Blountstown way. You don't have to worry about kids showing up to workouts. I think we got 72 kids on the team, and I think 68 have made almost every single workout all summer long. But that's just kind of the Blountstown way.
I have a question for Amari. Can you just tell me a little bit about the transition over now at Blountstown? Tell me about how you've kind of fit in seamlessly, and maybe, you know, how being over here has kind of maybe elevated your game a little bit.
Reason I left, because I ain't want to be the same, you know what I mean? Nobody don't want to, I want to elevate my game. I don't want to be the same person I was last year. I'm trying to get better. Plus, that's really it, though. I mean, it's different, though. You could tell from the workouts, from the weight room. It's very different from where I was before I transferred over here. But I ain't lying, I said my game elevated way beyond after I left.
Coach, X's and O's, talk to me about what do you feel like has been the biggest improvement on both sides of the ball, offense and defense?
You know, I think that mean, just being a year older, to be honest with you. On the offensive line, we got I think we have 4 starters back on the offensive line. The defensive line, we started 2 freshmen last year on the defensive line. They're sophomores now. Their interior guys, they've gotten a lot bigger. And they're going to be guys. You're going to be talking about them for the next 3 years, and they're very talented guys. But just in general, it's just a year older. These guys have have worked extremely hard in the weight room. They've gotten bigger. Size-wise, I think we're a lot bigger team than we were last year. But a lot of that is just because they're a year older. And I think it helped this team last year. We struggled at times, but we kind of caught fire toward the end of the season. And Walton put us back in our place. We had to respond from that. We came back the very next week and had to beat a Port St. Joe team who's always a big rivalry with us. And we didn't play great that night, and we had to find a way to win, and we found a way to win. And then obviously we won the playoffs, and then Madison put us out. And so like I said, we're a long ways away from where we want to be. At Blountstown, the standard at Blountstown is to be playing for state championship, playing on Thanksgiving weekend with the opportunity to go play in the state championship, and that's been set long before any of us at this table have been sitting here. And so, and at Blountstown, if you don't do that, then I guess how they define success for football wise is you're not a success, and that's just the way it is there. But like I said, I wouldn't trade these guys. These kids have worked extremely hard to get to this point. But again, like I said, we're a work in progress.
Similar question to the guys. Talk to me just a little bit about this offseason. What do you feel like has been the biggest, I would say just kind of the biggest focus point as far as bonding, being able to come together as a team to open up the season?
Just showing up every day. Like Coach said, nobody was missing. Majority of players been there, over 68, close to 70. So it's just showing up every day, and it's really what everybody else doing, but just grinding. That's what it's about.
All I'm gonna say is hard. It's hot. You got to get out there. And main thing it is conditioning, man. You got to be in shape to get out there.
Another question for the guys. In the weight room, who's the most competitive?
Aiden. I give it a Aiden. It's Aiden.
Coach, what about you? How's the weight room been? I know you encourage just a lot of that bonding and camaraderie, especially in the weight room. But what have you seen stand out, especially in summer workouts?
Just the competition. These guys know that if they don't bring it day to day, there's no position safe. There's no position safe. We got 4 running backs, and if one doesn't want to work, they're gonna get replaced. And it's the same way with them. That's that's the standard we have there. I think that those kids know they can't miss workouts, because if they miss workouts, they're gonna move down that chart. There's nothing we can do to them. But if they miss a workout, they're gonna get behind. But I think the biggest difference in this team from last year's team is just the competition. It's a competition every day at practice. It's where when we do pass scale for offense, it's tough for us on offense. Because when we go against guys on defense, they don't have to play any offense, and it's our starters over there, and it's guys that they're making us better. And I think it helped this team because obviously you win the game on the line of scrimmage. That's where you win the game. But this summer we did a lot more 7-on-7s than they have in the past at Blountstown. We went to University of Florida, we went to Florida State, we went to Auburn. So we got a chance to go do some different things and work on some different things that that you can do from the 7-on-7 standpoint. But the biggest thing I took away from it was just going to different places to compete. I think the biggest thing is you want to compete every day, because obviously we talk about it all the time. Our slogan is outwork everybody, and when you talk about that, I'm not just talking about outworking. It's outworking everybody in the classroom. It's outworking everybody on your own time. I tell you all the time. Everybody's going to work out 2.5 hours or 3 hours, however it's set up each day. Everybody's going to do that during the summer, all right. But what are you going to do outside of that? Because in order to be the best player you're going to be, if you want to play in college, I was fortunate I played at Georgia Tech. If you want to play in college, All right, it's what you do outside of what you do with your school. I mean, 'cause what your school, I mean, that's what everybody does. I mean, that's the minimum. And I think that what these guys have done is they've done a very good job of what they've done outside of what we do. I mean, they work out on their own. It's nice when I can drive by the game field in March, and my wife's like, "All those guys on the field out there. There's like 10 guys out there on their own just working." And I think that's kind of the culture that we want to make.
Coach, I've seen on your Twitter, y'all have gone to several different camps to different colleges, but also the exposure that the team is getting with many different recruits or people are recruiting throughout the school, throughout the program. Can you just tell me, and maybe the players can provide some more insight about how that exposure has kind of benefited the team? With I see a new guy every day almost at Blountstown getting offers. Can you just tell me about how that exposure benefits the program?
I mean, I'll let these guys talk about. We've got, I think there's 7 kids right now with Division I offers on this team. We got a sophomore that's got offers in the SEC. We got this summer, going to those camps. We went to Florida State's camp, and we got one kid that's going to be a junior, Christian Martin. He's not up here, and he got offered by Florida State camp. I mean, I think he ran a 4.31 at their one-day camp. You can't go down the line. I mean, obviously Kurt Ellis has got a bunch of offers. You got Pitt and Georgia Tech and UCF and US. I mean, there's a bunch of them. And Tay's got one from Bowling Green and Humor's New Haven. Mara's got tons of them. Jalen back here's got one from FIU. And but I think that from a college standpoint, I mean, obviously, college recruiting is totally different than it was in the past because of the transfer portal and all that stuff. And I think that it's important if you want to get looked at. I mean, obviously, I coached at Georgia Tech. I worked in recruiting. I mean, it's changed since I was working when I worked there. But I think it's different for these kids nowadays. And if in order to get exposed, the high school coaches got to do a good job of exposing them out. But then also, they got to be willing to go compete at different places. And I think that it's not necessarily going to every camp because, I mean, there's some camps that are just money makers. I mean, people don't want to talk about that, but there are. But it's getting yourself in front of the right people to make the right decisions. And I'll let these guys talk.
I mean, I just feel like Coach Wagner, before he came here, it wasn't like as much exposure. We had a couple guys, but now you see it's like a new guy every day. So, I mean, he came in, and that's helped us with confidence as a team, Now it's proof that we got the skill, so he's helped a lot with that.
And I would say, I think, probably 15, 20 years ago, I went to a single-A high school in Georgia. I think that, 30, 40 years ago now for me. But, back then you didn't have huddle. You didn't have all the resources you have now. I think as a coach, listen, my wife thinks I'm crazy on the Twitter stuff. But there's an art to get your kids exposure. I mean, you got to put it out there. I mean, you have got to help your kids get exposure. Listen, it's easy for the one sitting next to me right here. I mean, when you're a four-star kid, I mean, that's easy. You got to get him exposure. But it's the ones down the line guys. Like Trent Pumper down there. I mean, he's one that can play somewhere. It's getting him in front of the right person. It's like Keaton behind me. I mean, obviously he's got great size, and it's getting him in front of the right people. But obviously, it still goes back to you got to perform on Friday nights. You got to perform for your high school. That's the one thing I love about high school football is it still goes back to what you do for your high school because in basketball it's AAU, baseball it's travel baseball. Well, you don't you got travel 7-on-7, but it still goes back to what you do in high school. And I think that if a kid is really serious about wanting to play at the next level, there's opportunities for there. I mean, but you're gonna have to be willing to seek and you're gonna be willing to work. And see, it starts in the classroom as well.
All right. If there are no more questions for the Blountstown Tigers, we definitely want to thank Coach Wagner and their team for joining us here at Media Day. Coach, thank you so much. Best of luck to you guys this season. We're going to pause and take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll have our next team up on the panel.
Summer fun is around every turn at the all-new Dave & Buster's. With never-before-seen games like Hot Wheels Victory Lap. Brand new menu items, including turbocharged chicken sliders. And a nationwide race with players across the country. Zoom up the new leaderboard and race toward exclusive prizes before they race off without you. So rev those engines and win on all cylinders at the all-new Dave & Buster's.
All right, welcome back to Media Day 2025 here at beautiful Panama City Beach at Dave & Buster's. We are now joined by the Bay Tornadoes. And Coach Humans, go ahead and take it away. Let me know all about Bay Tornado football for 2025, and go ahead and introduce your guys as well.
First of all, thank you for having us. It's a great thing y'all are doing for all these teams out here in the Panhandle. It seems like we're not always in the limelight compared to South Florida and Central Florida guys. And there's a lot of good athletes out here. I see a couple 4-stars in the room already. But as far as football goes, it's not going to be a lot different than what it looked like last year, except we're going to be bigger, faster, and stronger, and a lot more locked in. We have 9 returning starters on offense, 7 returning starters on defense, and then we got a couple young guys that are stepping into roles and replacing the seniors we had. The really good thing about this group that we have is I think we got almost everybody at this table is a 3-year starter now. 3 years ago, we lost 26 seniors, and we ended up having to backfill a lot of them with these guys as sophomores, and now they're all seniors. So we have a high expectation for everything that's going to happen with 3 years in the program at varsity level, and ultimately, we just expect to go ahead and have a better season than we had. A lot of people don't realize a couple losses that we had last year were all the teams that went deep in the playoffs except for one, i.e., one team that went 2 played in the state championship. So, and those were close games. So I think that the difference is going to be, 1 or 2 points that we lost last year, and we're going to have major wins this year. Go ahead, Mario. You want to go ahead and start the introduction?
Maury Johnson.
My name's Javar Bowder.
TJ Davis.
Bryce Neubauer.
Kenneth Pape.
I'm Camden Hurt.
Coach, you mentioned just the growth of this team, and definitely we've been watching a lot of these guys come through the program. Coach Brown has done a great job really trying to build that family environment where kids can really develop. Talk to me about just what has been the staple, with especially some of these guys who've been in the program for 4 years now.
The staple's been just obviously building effort and teaching leaders. When you start with a young group of guys that start so young, you lack leaders, right? And I think 3 years ago we ended up having, or 2 years ago we had 6 seniors. So we had a whole team of sophomores that had to grow up fast and got thrown in the fire. Kind of a rough year. Last year, the maturity was shown. Our season was much better. We had a much better offensive production, and we just continue to grow and get better. This summer and this off season, we've seen that the development of leaders and young men that have definitely shown is going to be. You're going to see it in the fall.
Question for the guys. Looking at last season, the record may not reflect some of the accomplishments or the growth, but talk to me about what really stood out about last season and what you feel like you can build on going into week number 1 of 2025.
Like Coach Rollins said, a lot of those games were like 1-2 point games. So this year, I feel like we've gotten a lot better. We've added to the O-line, I think we're just going to come back and be better than we were last year and, have a positive season and possibly going to run in the playoffs.
Like he just said, most of the games that we could have came back in, we win. I don't know.
While it may not be publicly known, I guess, who's going to be under center in week 1, maybe, I guess, my question is going to be, what is the offense going to look like, especially with so many playmakers on the outside, but you still have a great running back in MJ in the backfield? What is that offense going to look like? Is it going to be more balanced or, more spread? What can we expect on the field maybe week 1?
Simple. We're going to take what you give us. You're going to have to pick your poison. You want it from the outside, or you want to go ahead and see that 205-pound grown man? Or do you want to see one of our dual-threat quarterbacks take off on you? Let it be known. We're going to take what you give us.
Okay. I guess on the defensive side, I think you had 9 players signed last year for football or close to that. How are you or what have you done to replace those guys, and maybe what are some weak spots, throughout the team?
We didn't really have to replace those guys because some of the guys, some guys that we have were already playing offense and they were getting reps at that. And they also, because of injuries or otherwise, were starters also. So like I said, defensively, we're returning 7 starters. So, I mean, it's going to look very similar. There's a couple guys that we got to kind of move around a little bit. We're not going to give away the whole game plan because we have so many athletes that we're going to try and punch you in the mouth in all kind of different directions.
Are there any specific games? Because I know that Rutherford is always going to be a game that is circled on the schedule. Maybe for the guys, are there any games you're most looking forward to play this season? Maybe some get-back games possibly?
One game that I want is, personally to me, is Scambia. I want Scambia back.
I would definitely say I want Arnold back. That 1 point loss in the goal line, which we should have won because we scored. But, going back to that game is just going to be fun, and we're going to show them what Beja football is about.
I want them all. Simple. Like, we're not ducking nobody.
So I guess my final question would be, what is I know winning district, that's very important, but last year y'all, in the first round, y'all got, was it Reigns? Yeah, and that's tough when you win your district and you have to go on the road to face the number 1 seed. But I guess ultimately, is it you're trying to have as perfect as a regular season as possible while winning the district so you could set yourself up for a good playoff performance?
I feel like that's a double-edged sword, and I'm going to try not to get myself into trouble because at the end of the day, when you win your district and you have a better rank, better winning streak than 2 other guys that get ranked higher than you, it's kind of disappointing that you got to be the 8th seed. But outside of that, hopefully we've learned a lesson about going out to Jacksonville and playing those guys, those big city guys. I know after the game we had a lot of talks. In the offseason we've taken a look at a lot of things. And at the end of the day, like, these guys, a lot of these guys up here, I mean, what do I have? All seniors. So, I mean, this is the end for them, right? Like we're at the pinnacle. So there's no excuses, no nothing. Like, it's go time.
Coach, looking at the schedule and how it opens up, Niceville, Arnold, Mosley, right out of the gate, and just understanding, trying to get back to where you were and build upon it, especially with the playoff run. Is this team, are you building this team specifically for a deep playoff run?
Coach Brown does a really good job with how he schedules everybody. There's a reason why we start the way we start. And at the end of the day, like, go ahead and get it knocked out. Let's see where we're going to be. Let's go ahead and do what we're going to do. I mean, the Arnold situation is going to be the Arnold situation. We can only control what we can control. And I think these guys have put pressure on themselves to make sure that we squared away week 1. And then obviously we got some dogs on week 2. They're a little bit younger than they were last year, which, we're a little older, they're a little younger. So, facts are facts. It is what it is. But like I said, I think that, what TJ would say, we're going to stand 10 toes down.
Question for the guys. Just looking at what you guys do in the offseason, I saw Coach Brown one year. He rented the bounce house. I think there was like a off-season trip somewhere. What's been the most memorable moment this offseason?
Really, every day coming in there to the weight room, being with the guys, making a bun, showing the young guys that they going to one day replace us, and really, ain't no memories. Every day is a memory with them.
We do have our bounce house party coming up, though.
Yeah, I'm about to ask, who's the most talkative?
The one that's not talking.
Those 2 over there that's not talking, they're a little mic scared right now.
Real live twins.
In Bay County, we haven't really had maybe 1,000-yard rusher or 1,000-yard receiver in a little bit. Is it going to be a Bay High athlete we're going to see maybe eclipse 1,000 yards rushing or 1,000 yards receiving?
I'd like to believe so. I think that in all reality, if we don't end up with 1 at 1,000 yards, we're going to end up with 3 that are going to be close. I think that we got 3 or 4 guys that, like I said, if y'all want to try and cover them outside, then we'll have a 1,000-yard rusher. So y'all figure it out.
One final question. Define success at the end of the season.
I think success for Bay High because some of the elements that we have to deal with the media and just life and the elements that we live in, I think that success is directly shows on how they become young men, what it looks like at graduation. How many kids we actually are able to play at the next level. It doesn't have to be Power 5, Division 1. It's about how many of these guys get an opportunity to live out their dream and graduate and become successful young men, husbands, sons, brothers. And I think that's where down the road we'll be able to say what a successful year is. Obviously, it's football. We want to say, yeah, okay, we want to go to a state championship. Obviously, that's the goal. Let's not by any means sidestep that. That's the goal. But at the end of the day, making sure that these young men learn from football and become productive members of society, that's always the number one goal.
All right, if there are no more questions for the Tornadoes, we want to thank them for coming out and visiting us here at Media Day 2025. Coming up next, we're going to have the Walton Braves join us on the panel in just a moment. All right, welcome back to Media Day 2025 here at Dave and Buster's in beautiful Panama City Beach. Up next on the panel, we have the Walton Braves. Coach Lindsay, thank you so much for bringing your team out. We appreciate it. Go ahead and take a couple of minutes and talk to us all about this year's edition of Braves football.
Yeah, I appreciate y'all having us, man. It means it's football time, and we're blessed to come from a place where we take football serious at Walton. That's what we do. I'm going to introduce our players real quick. We got Kavion Adams. He's a 3-year starter for us. We got Landon Russian. He started at nose. We're moving him to offensive guard this year. Adam Moody starting right tackle. Started last year. Whitten West will be our quarterback. Kyron Campbell, he's a 2-year starter outside linebacker. Cale Hughes, sort of our best kept hidden secret. He's going to be tight end. Camden Zadro, another 3-year starter for us, inside linebacker. And Eli Odom, he's sort of our like Swiss Army knife we can move around, do multiple things with.
Coach, building on the 7-4 season last year, looking at, really just trying to be able to get the pieces together to make that deep playoff run. Talk to me about just what you have seen this offseason that gives you confidence in being able to accomplish that goal.
Yeah, I mean, from an all-season standpoint, I think the standard's set. These kids, they know the expectation, they know the standard that we hold to them. And I brought all 8 of them here today because I can think from a summer workout standpoint, we've had 24 days, and man, I would say 6 of these guys didn't miss a day. So the level of commitment is there in order to be successful. Once you get to the playoffs, it's all about being healthy, and you got to catch some breaks to be lucky. But at the same time, you have to set a standard for yourself and your program to compete at a high level. And I think you're just focused on going 1-0. That's that coming up week. Winning that week 1-0 to me is the day. Win the day, win the second. That you're doing. Win the weight room. Win practice, and things tend to take care of themselves whenever you do things the right way.
Coach, there were definitely flashes of greatness last season, especially on the offensive side of the ball. We saw a lot of fireworks, high-scoring games. Defensively, I saw a lot of grit as well. Talk to me about what's the biggest carryover going into this season.
This year, we pride ourselves both sides. We're going to get. I expect us to be better defensively, offensively. Our MO is to put up points. You can Google it. That's what we do. So, that doesn't change. So we're going to try to continue to be balanced offensively. We got a lot of young guys. We're replacing everybody. That's exciting to me though, because no one's talking about anything right now from that standpoint. And then, 3 weeks from now, we're going to see some numbers being put up for some kids. And we're going to have them for a while because they are young, But defensively, we're returning about half our defense. We got some athletes that'll swarm to the ball, And what we pride ourselves on is eating. We're going to give attitude. We're going to play with effort, attitude, and toughness. Those are 3 things you can control. That's what we do.
Question for the guys. It's always next man up when it comes to replacing a lot of talent. Talk to me about what has the growth been like this offseason. What have you focused on specifically to get better going into week number 1?
I would just say the main focus is the weight room. The weight's always going to be the biggest part. And we got Coach Jordan, one of our strength conditioning coaches, that always makes us work harder and always drives us to do the best.
I say another big part on top of the weight room is everybody coming together and knowing their job and knowing how to do their job. A big step with everybody leaving is everybody filling in, and we have great people to fill in, and we're very excited about that.
Another question for the guys. Talk to me just a little bit about summertime is a great time to also build bonds and everything, but talk to me just about accountability. Who's been pushing, who holds you accountable on the field? Another teammate or somebody else in your position group that's pushing you to get better?
I feel like we all push each other to get better, and we all hold each other accountable because we all expect greatness from each other. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
As far as the O-line position group, everybody's out there to be better than one another in the most team-friendly way. We're all looking to get better, push each other to get better, and we're all looking to grow.
I think one person that really pushes me in the weight room is my teammate Ethan Steppe. He's our D lineman, he definitely makes sure I get he makes sure I get each rep. So he pushed me to intensity.
Coach, anytime you get a fresh group of guys coming in, there's always differences. Talk to me about what is the biggest difference between this team and last year's team that has you excited?
I think, the development, I think the reason where I came from, man, I'm a football guy. That's been my life. So I've grown up and watched the development of kids, and the joy this offseason is watch these kids develop for the past 6 months. We put a lot on them. We expect a lot out of them, and seeing them coming every day and doing what we're asking them to do, that's been my pleasure, seeing them grow and seeing them develop. And that's why I get into coaching. I believe, we develop kids and we turn them into, the best they can be. That's our job as coaches. And man, we have a phenomenal staff. I'm excited about every single position has a position coach this year. I get to be a head coach and don't have to coach a position. I get to sort of oversee things, push people in the right directions. But we've just been able to bring in absolutely phenomenal coaches to lead these young men, and these young men have they know that they're at a special place. They don't take it for granted, and they do what we ask them to do. And we love one another and we push one another.
Coach, you talked about your coaching staff, and you do have a who's who on your coaching staff. Talk to me just about your support system and what that's been like as you lead this team going into 2025.
Yeah, I mean, just being around football for a long period of time, I've seen a bunch of good coaches. I was able to be a head coach for 7 years, and then Coach White brought me in, and I was able to lead, as offensive coordinator. And for him to not have an ego to bring someone, like myself in to be a coordinator, I said, man, if I get that opportunity, the day before I was getting the job, I was calling Coach Lees over there, who's been a head coach for about 12 years at Milton High School, West Florida Tech. We were on the phone the day we got the job. We were calling Kevin Womble to, that was at Holmes County. Coach Jordan's just an unbelievable guy that I hang on daily, to just give me advice, and he's the best weight room guy I've ever seen, to where, if you listen to him, you were going to develop. Also brought in a young coach, that was Hunter Scott. He was the receivers coach at Ouachita Baptist. They were the number 3 team in Division II in the country. So he's going to really help the recruiting process at Walton, and at the same time, he's 25 years old, so the sky's the limit. We're also bringing back, 5 guys that's been with us, and Coach Sanders, he's the best offensive line coach around. Me and him been through wars together. Coach Mason, we won a district title in boys weightlifting this year. We're shooting for a state title in boys weightlifting. That's how serious he takes it. Coach Randolph, man, great DB coach. Kids love him. Walton legend, to where I want him around the rest of my career. Who am I missing? Coach Clark. At the end of the day, Coach Clark, defensive coordinator, man, he's been there from day one. At the same time, he gets it. He knows where these guys, want to go. He's that one that you need. Everyone has different roles, but he's sort of that motivator. He's going to stay on them constantly and expect great things from them.
Coach, obviously you replace you really had a phenomenal just passing game and quarterback situation. Talk to me about what this year's offense is going to look like, and just some of the new ripples or anything that's going to stand out this year starting week number 1.
It's hard to tell. I think it's a process. Once again, everyone wants to talk about week 1. That stuff's great. Football's a long season. You see people get better week in, week out. So I think we're ahead of the curve. The good thing is we have a system. We have a belief system in what we do. These kids can call a play in their sleep. They know the expectation. They know what we do. So we'll just have to fill it out. The good thing is we have athletes. My goal and our job as a staff is to get them touches and get them the ball. And offensive line, to just have the camaraderie, and we play they're the heart of an offense, so we expect them to be hard nosed. Quarterback standpoint, Witten's a winner. If you got a winner at quarterback and a smart kid, you're in a good spot. So yeah, It's just a building process, but for far as our standpoint, you know, what I do at night while people are watching Netflix, I'm watching Steve Sarkisian, you know what I'm saying? So we plan on doing good things.
Question for the guys. I saw probably one of the best games that I've seen last season was your game against Pensacola Catholic. I saw a lot of grit, a lot of determination where you guys really were able to pull out a hard-fought victory. When you go into the offseason, sometimes, especially if you've been playing behind somebody else, talk to me about some of the biggest things that you guys have learned going into this season that you're going to carry throughout that will allow you to take advantage of just your schedule and being able to get back to the playoffs.
I think there's a common understanding that we all loved what it felt like getting there, and we want to do that as much as possible. I think we've all come to the understanding that none of us are good if one of us is bad. If the guard next to me doesn't know how to do his job, he might mess up the backfield or mess up how I'm blocking, or if anything's going wrong in the backfield. You know, everybody has to do their job for us all to have success, and I think we've all come to that understanding, and it's going to lead us to where we want to be.
I'll just speak, you know, I mean, once again, whenever you do that stuff, it's just the standard. The standard is the standard, you know, so that's sort of our expectation. But at the same time, it's a day-to-day deal, you know, to where you can set a goal preseason, but, you know, I just think that's something for these kids to live up to. You talk about tradition. Tradition is, you know, and I've told them this, you play for the ones that came before you, you set the standard for those that follow. So that year's group, you know, set the standard for these guys for what they're supposed to do. So that's what I look for, and that's what we try to do every year at Walton.
Coach, one final question for you. When I think about the tradition at Walton and just the and really, you know, one of those things about just Panhandle football is that, like, there's a lot of winning traditions across the I-10 corridor that we see from just different teams. What do you feel like allows Walton to stand out? What's the thing that gives you guys that edge or that puts your program in a position where there's just, like you were talking about, the standard that was being set? Talk to me just about one of those attributes that makes Walton different from all the other teams.
Man, first off, I think Walton County is the best county in the state of Florida. You start there, you know, that we're blessed to be able to be in a county that takes academics and everything else serious. But, man, I love all the sports. I'm the athletic director, but, you know, whenever I do look at these kids, and they'll tell you we're football, you know. So, you know, we like football, so that's the thing. You know, I think some people talk a lot about it. You know, we're going to try to walk, you know. So I think coming from a football school and having a passion of the game and a understanding of it, I think that's where it, you know, makes it special, you know, and at the same time, I think it's been throughout history, but I think over the past 3 years, you know, what Coach White was able to do has really put that on the map. My job is to elevate it, you know, but these kids are the reason, you know. We have good coaches, but man, them playing with heart and effort, they're the reason why you're successful.
All right, one final question for the guys. Define this upcoming season in one word.
Motivated. Be mine.
Coach, who's the most talkative?
Most talkative? Well, probably Landon and Kale. No. They ain't saying nothing right now, are they?
It doesn't matter. All that matters is week number 1. Coach, thank you so much for bringing your guys out. We appreciate it. Best of luck to you guys this season. We hope that we get a chance to catch you guys later on down the road in 2025. I think we've got, I think we've been rolling right along. We want to give a huge shout out before we move along to the staff here at Dave & Buster's. They've done a great job hosting us. We also want to give a shout out to the Jacksonville Jaguars. They care about football along the I-10 corridor, so a huge shout out to them. Ladies and gentlemen, the Walton Braves.
new Dave & Buster's, where you can play new and exclusive games in our iconic arcade. Take fun to new heights in the Human Crane. Cheer on your favorite team with massive new screens. And enjoy our delicious new menu to share with friends and family. It's everything you loved about Dave & Buster's and everything you will love about Dave & Buster's. Experience it all today with the Eat and Play combo starting at $19.99.
All right, welcome back to Media Day 2025 here in beautiful Panama City Beach. We are now joined by Coach Kevin Pettis and the Bozeman Bucks. Coach, thank you so much for bringing out your team. Go ahead and take a couple of minutes, introduce your guys, and tell us all about Bozeman football.
Well, first off, thanks for having us. They do a great job here. So we'll start over here. We have Lane Rogers. He plays running back, and we got to get him a bigger jersey. Jarrett Gay, Wade Mitchell, Hayden Gay, TJ Truitt, Aiden Ezel, John Hanson, Braden Spence. I got here, like the third week of spring football, something like that. So we got here. The only person that got there later than me is Coach Bugs at Vernon. I think he got there yesterday. Last week, there you go. It's been fun. It's been enjoyable. Didn't have a whole lot of experience with. First time I've ever coached in a smaller school. I've always been at big schools, and it comes with its own set of challenges, but it comes with a lot of rewarding things too, because these kids have bought in, they've been all in, and to watch them grow in the weight room and do things that they didn't think they could do and start believing in what they're doing has been great. It was a spring. It was almost like not having a spring, but what I've seen from them in the summer, we've not done a single thing that these kids hadn't met the challenge and kind of exceeded my expectations of what they should be doing. So it's just been a great time, and it's been a lot of hard work and trying to get things going to where we can establish that pride in the program and that they can establish the culture that they want to have as part of that football team, or football program.
Coach, you talk about taking over this program. What was the first thing that stood out to you about Bozeman? Just when normally when you take over a program, there's a laundry list of things to do. Just in the middle of that process, what was the biggest thing that stood out to you?
You want the good thing that stood out or the bad thing? I'm just kidding. So I think the thing that stood out to me was the facilities are good. I think that stood out to me were the kids. When we're talking about the kids, that their eagerness to get in there and work. I think they had, I don't know what had happened before me because I don't talk about what happened before me. All I can say is that their eagerness to get in there and grind every day is what stood out. And, wasn't all of them, but the core group that I could count on, like I said, they met every challenge. They were willing and eager to get in there and work, and then they started making that. It's kind of contagious. So once you got a group that'll go in there and they'll work, it gets contagious and it makes other people want to work. And so that's kind of what I was, the biggest thing that stood out to me was their eagerness to work.
Coach, you coached against this team last year, and maybe what are some of the things that you see on the field that are positives about this team heading into next season?
Well, I think that there's the positive heading to next year. Here's what I noticed when we played them, and I'm going to be honest with you. I thought they were the most talented team on the field when we played them. I did. We talked about it with my defensive staff. As the defense coordinator, Arnold, I said, guys, they got some dudes now. I don't know that, so we were able to put a game plan together, and thank God it worked, but, they made it a war. And so the thing that stood out to me was I've never seen a team, at one point they were down 2 or 3 touchdowns. We blocked a couple kicks, and they just kept fighting. It's kind of like that Rocky movie, like Rocky 1, with Apollo and Rocky. Like, my God, they won't just go away. Like, what in the heck's happening? Like, most times teams will just fold up, but they never folded up. They kept fighting. And I was like, well, you can build on that. That's something that's not coached up. That's an innate ability. I think that our kids, they come from, a lot of them, most of them come from high achieving parents, and they're high achievers themselves. And so I think that when you do that, you have that grit about you that you want to keep fighting. I'm just telling you, to me, that was the thing that was the most surprising. I just never thought I thought they would fold up after the first quarter, but they didn't. They kept grinding. So I was very impressed with that. When I showed up there the first day, well, those kids weren't there. I was like, well, hold on a minute. And I had to start running them down, and getting them back in there. So balled in. One of them, Braden Spence, I remember I'm at 44. I mean, he was a dude last year. He'd knock your head off, And so Wade, he was a dude at inside line. He came back. Well, he was at Arnold. He decided to come back to Bozeman. So I knew about Jared. I mean, Hayden, some of the guys that make plays and things like that. About those guys. But it was refreshing to be able to see them in person. Like, I didn't know them personally and all that. So I think if they can continue that, along with the other things that we can put in and make better, I think that, it'll be okay. I mean, it's going to be okay no matter what. I've learned that a long time ago. God's going to bless the labor of your hands, and as they know, we will labor. We like to labor. So.
And you're well known for how you are in the weight room. That's something that Arnold coach Jason Griffin has lauded you about consistently. I want to hear from you and maybe some of the guys about how that you've taken that from Arnold and placed it into Bozeman, that weight room kind of mentality.
Well, I'll say a little bit about it. I'm a weight room guy. It's what I went to school to do. Again, we control the things that we can control. We control the controllable. So I grew up here in this area in Panama City, and I heard my whole life, we can't control how talented we are, but we can control how hard we work. So we're going to work hard, and I just believe in that. But I'll let them say something a little bit. Go ahead, Lane, grab it. He's been waiting. He's a singer. And go ahead and talk about the weight room, bud.
I can't really speak much on it. I've been injured, but I would say it's a culture change. Last year we wouldn't really work out maybe 2 times a day or 2 times a week. But ever since, KP been here, it's really been a culture change. And I think we're going to benefit a lot from this during the season, and it's just a big old culture change.
One thing I got to say about it is you leave mentally tough. That's a big thing for him, and that's a big thing on Friday nights is whenever it's fourth quarter and you're ready to give up, but you got Kevin Pettis and giving up's not an option. So that's one thing I've noticed from Arnold and to Bozeman now. So
I will say this too on that note. It's not that I brought it from Arnold. It's that I've had it everywhere, and so I'll give you a story about Coach Trey over there. He was All-American at DeLand, great offensive lineman, #1 center in the country. He goes to FSU, and they had an off day. Well, he's out there running in the sand pit. Strength coach, what was his name, Vic? Vic comes by and said, Trey, y'all got the day off. Trey said, we don't have off days in DeLand. And so I love that mentality. There will never be a day, as long as I live. These guys with me, he was with me since day one at Arnold. Has there ever been an off day in the weight room? There's always something to do. And I tell them we're going to play basketball, but we don't ever play basketball. So we don't believe in off days. We just believe in grinding, because here's what I know about the weight room. And this is for all you kids out there. Here's what I know about the weight room. The weight room reveals character. It reveals who you are. And it eliminates lame. It eliminates every lame person in the room. Do we know what lame means? Huh? We do know what lame means. The L is lazy. It eliminates lazy people. Okay? The A is arrogant. What does arrogant mean? You think you better than you are. Weight room don't lie. 200 pounds is 200 pounds. I mean, that's just what it is. The M is mediocre. Not good, not bad. Just blah. And the E is entitled. The weight room eliminates entitled people. You earn everything in that weight room. And so that's why I love the weight room. And that's what we drill into these guys every day. And look, other than Bobby Johns, there ain't a lot of people that are going to spend 4 hours in the weight room every single day. We do. You know, not four. We go outside some. But anyway, yeah. So, but it's been fun. They've worked hard.
Coach, you've garnered a reputation as a program builder. Talk to me just about what goes into just from really each kid. How do you build that from each individual kid into putting a winning team on the field?
Well, I get accused of being a program builder, but I want to be honest with you. The only reason that is because the first time I took a head job, I was afraid to put my name in one of the good jobs. So I that's the honest to God truth. So my first job, we just won the state championship at Taylor County, beat Clewiston. So I go to Columbus, Georgia's Pacelli High School. It literally hadn't won but 27 games in the entire decade of the 90s. 2 people applied for this job, me and a guy in a wheelchair. Not that matters, but he went first, and when he came out, I'm like, I ought to be able to get this job, So, and I did, and I'm handicapped myself. So anyway, I did and loved every second I was there. That's a job nobody in America wanted. 2 people applied for this job in Georgia, and nobody in the country wanted this job but me and this dude. And I loved every second I was there. That's the one job. And then I applied for a job 5 years later. We win 30 games in a row there. Played the Georgia Dome and all those things. It was a great time. It was awesome. Got just lucky, I guess. And so people said, man, he turns programs around. That's the first time. Well, then I go to DeLand, who hadn't won a game in 2 years. I mean, not DeLand, Dr. Phillips, largest school in the country, 5,600 students walking that campus. And I went and interviewed for that job. There was 250 applicants. They called me. They said, hey, I'm going to be honest with you because it's a long drive. If you want to come up and interview, but we're only going to interview 8, and you're number 9. But I wanted to tell you that going in, because if you didn't want to make that drive, don't come all the way down here to Orlando. I said, no, I want to go listen. Got there. The interview was at 4. At 10 to 8, they offered me the job. I guess I just talked them into it. But everybody in the country, 5,600 students, Clinton Dix. How many NFL kids came through there? A lot of NBA. We just had a bunch of good players, but they couldn't win. I thought with 5,600 kids, you can find 11 that could play football. We found 11. And so we ended up having a good, and then I went to DeLand again. So the whole thing started about this program builder is just by going, because I didn't have enough confidence in myself to go get one of the good jobs. So I kept going, and then I got kind of plugged into this is his niche, so they would start calling me to come help programs. But here's how we do it. And there's a lot better coaches out there in this world than me. And I'm just saying the way we do it. The number one thing you got to do is you got to start over. It's like building something out of clay. And once you get there, you just got to put that Play-Doh, you got to put it back in that little can and pull it back out, because you only get one chance to build it the right way. And it's got to start as a foundation. And so you got to decide, for me, when it goes to each individual player, you got to decide who you want to be. And you can't decide, are you going to be an option team? Are you going to be a 3-4 team? Are you going to be a spread team? Are you going to be a wing T team? You can't decide that because you don't know. But what you can do is you can build tough, daggum kids. And so I believe this. I've been at teams that had the smartest kids. Shelley was a private school, had a lot of smart kids, doctors and lawyers. Dr. Phillips, fastest kids. DeLand, more state championships than anybody in the state of Florida at the time. 18 state championships in boys weightlifting. All right? Still couldn't win. Fastest team, smartest team, strongest team don't always win. But I'm telling you this every time, tough teams always find a way to win. So we decided, and that's part of my military, we just decided to build from toughness from the bottom. And that's what we do. That's how we build each position. And so I do think, I love what Coach said, Coach Lindsay said about on offense, the O-line being the heart of the team. And so we believe in that. We believe in starting with the offensive line, build it up, and you win with great defense. And so that's kind of how we build it. We start with toughness, and then we start moving up from there. And we go slow. We don't start, and they'll tell you, they've been there. We don't do a single thing. We don't go forward until we've mastered what we're working on. So it's up to them on how fast we move forward. And they may be able to share something about how we build it. I don't know. Can you, or y'all just lost right here? You don't want to talk?
I can.
Okay, go ahead.
I can talk. No, definitely just the mental toughness part, because it translates to more than just on Friday nights, because you got to be mentally tough in life. There's more than, you get knocked down more than just that. And but it's a lot easier to beat somebody if you're tougher than them.
So what is the product that we're going to be seeing out there? You said you're building on toughness, but offensively, defensively, what kind of Bozeman Bucks team are we going to be seeing on Friday nights?
Well, on home games, we're going navy blue. Away games, we're going white. No, it's a progress. It's a system. It evolves through the year, through the weeks, and so it really depends on the guys that are calling the signals, on how fast they can pick it up, how fast the O-line can pick it up. We've always worked a balance, and I'll be honest with you, I've been on teams. When Trey was in high school, I think you build on your strengths. When Trey was in high school at DeLand, we ran the ball 94% of the time. We had two kids with over 2,500 yards rushing. But we were huge up front, strong. We could move people, didn't have a lot of speed, didn't have a quarterback that could throw it. But then we was at Dr. Phillips. We had Clinton Dix. We had Nick Patty. We had Chris. We had guys that, 13 Power 5 guys on offense. We could throw it up and let them go get it. And we threw the ball every down. So it depends on what our strengths are. And so we've yet, like I said, we've had 2 weeks of practice. The only team that's had less is Coach Bugs. And so we're still figuring that out, but we're getting an idea. Like we've done well in 7-on-7s and things like that. And so, but that's not real football, but it's close enough, right? So we're figuring that out. But we're very happy at every one of our positions. We're very happy at quarterback. We're very happy at running back. We got some receivers that can go get it, that can stretch the field. So, we're excited about who we have and what we're going to be.
My other question would be, not too long ago, this team was in the Final Four. Last season, they finished right at 500. Maybe for the players or maybe for you, is one of the first goals maybe let's win our district and then maybe worry about the postseason? Or is it just putting out a product out there that you could say you gave it your all every Friday night?
Well, I think that every year, and coaches have to redefine what success is for their team. People don't realize we're 2 years removed from being 1R. Now, this is our second year not being 1R. So last year they completely skipped over a classification because we're growing so much, right? So I think for us right now, you always want to win your district. I mean, you always want to, that's always a goal. You always want to win more than you lose. You always want to win your district. But for me, I break it down a lot smaller than that. I want to get better every week. I mean, I want to eliminate the mistakes. Week 1, I want us to get better every single week. And nobody's going to watch more film than I'm going to watch. And we're going to, you know, I love what Coach Lindsay said. People watching Netflix. He's watching Sark. Well, I ain't watching Netflix. I'm watching whoever week 1 is. Like, I mean, I'm preparing. And so for us, that's what we got to do. We got to get better every week. And if we get better every week, we peak at the right time, the wins take care of themselves. I mean, like I said, I believe that we all have goals. But right now, for me, we're going to concentrate on the 6 feet in front of our face. And we're going to be where our feet are. We're going to water the grass under our feet. And we're going to make the big time where we're at. And that's what these guys got to understand. We're going to make the big time where we're at. And so that's what our goal is right now. That's my mission right now, is to make sure that we're doing those things and that these guys aren't looking down the road at certain things, because the most important game is the next game. So we're going to treat every game like it's our Super Bowl. And that's kind of how we're approaching it. Now, I would never get up here and say, hey, we're going to go 8-2. I'm not that coach. I mean, a lot of coaches go down the list. I got some of them on staff, like, well, we should win this one, this one, this one. It never works out. Don't even worry about that. You know, so I try not to worry about it. I try to worry about the process and do the things that it takes to build a champion, because I think Coach Lindsay said it great. You know, this last year's team set the standard. This year's team's got to exceed it. So we're going to outwork yesterday, every day, outwork yesterday.
All right, Coach Pettis, man, thank you so much, just to you and the rest of the Bucks for joining us here at Media Day. We're going to pause and take a quick break, and coming up next, we have the Freeport Bulldogs. Coach, thank you.
Yeah, man. Thank you for having us.
Summer fun is around every turn at the all-new Dave & Buster's, with never-before-seen games like Hot Wheels Victory Lap. Brand new menu items, including turbocharged chicken sliders. And a nationwide race with players across the country. Zoom up the new leaderboard and race toward exclusive prizes before they race off without you. So rev those engines and win on all cylinders at the all-new Dave & Buster's.
All right, welcome back to Dave and Buster's here in beautiful Panama City Beach for 4Q Media Day 2025. We are now joined by the Freeport Bulldogs and Coach Cole standing in for Coach Arnold. Coach, thank you for bringing out your guys. We appreciate it. Go ahead and tell us all about this year's edition of Freeport football.
Yeah, so this year we're very excited. There's a lot of big things going on at Freeport High School. We're actually one of the fastest growing cities in the state of Florida. And there's just a lot of growth. We're about to break ground on a brand new facility, brand new weight room, brand new field house. It's about to be state of the art. So Freeport is the place to be right now. Freeport football, we're on the rise, right? We were very young last year, and now we've got that growth coming back this year. Very junior heavy this year. The kids have been working extremely hard this summer. This off season, they've been putting in a lot of work, and we're just looking forward to this product that we're going to put out on the field for our fans this year. And we're very excited for it. But I'm going to let the guys introduce themselves. We're going to start down here.
First, I want to say Jesus is Lord, and I'm Carter Nunes, and I play quarterback.
Jules Miles.
Caleb Leonard.
Dylan Loughton.
Wade Diggs.
Coach, last season 5-5, definitely some highs and lows. Talk to me just about improvement and where you guys expect to be by season's end.
Yeah, so like I was saying, just the growth and the improvement this offseason has brought. We're really looking forward to the maturity that everybody has, right? They've been working extremely hard this offseason in the weight room, on the field, no matter what it is, conditioning. They've just been punching the clock every single day, and we're looking forward to making that leap, right? They're going from sophomores to juniors, and we're just looking forward to them just going out there and putting it all on the field, and we're very excited for what they're going to do this year.
Similar question for the guys. Where do you feel like has been the biggest growth for you guys in this off season? Most guys have said the weight room, but typically during workouts, you get a chance to hone in on your position and kind of get better there. Where do you feel like the bright spots have been during summer workouts for you guys?
Outside of the weight room, definitely the obsession from the guys. I could definitely tell throughout the whole team, just the obsession, the want, the drive to get better each and every day. With that comes focus, and yeah.
I like to piggyback off what he said. I think the obsession, like, we don't have workouts today, but we were all at the field before we got here today. I think the want to get better, and I just feel like the mediocre season we felt like we had last year, we want to prove something.
I also feel like we've gotten closer as a team. Like we're working together more. It's not like just one person doing it all. We're helping each other out, getting better, pushing each other, motivating each other. We can't do it by ourselves. It's a team.
Coach, let me. I would say just give me a kind of a rundown on what has been the process for you guys. What does that look like, working from each individual player into building in the game plan? How does that work for you guys over at Freeport?
Yeah, so going from the end of the last season, right, we evaluate each player. And during that evaluation process, we look at strengths and weaknesses for each player. And then we come up with a plan to improve on those weaknesses and then hone in on those strengths. So for each player, we recognize that and we see that, and then we develop our whole team plan based on that, right? And it all starts, like a lot of coaches said, in the weight room. Just controlling what you can control, right? And you got to have a mentality of working each day, right? So one thing that we preach is don't run away from work, right? It's something that everybody has to do. We're not going to run from it, right? So you got to take pride in being uncomfortable in those situations, right? I got to be able to, so when I'm on the field and it's the fourth quarter, right, am I going to be able to push through or am I going to give up on my team, right? So that mentality, it starts in the weight room. It starts when you're outside running in the Florida heat. It's hot everywhere, right? So what's going to separate you in this moment, right? So when you get on the field on the during the season, you're able to push through and you're able to be counted on by your teammates, right? So just instilling that in every area of our offseason approach, whether it's the way you wear your equipment, whether it's the way you take the field, no walking on the field, right? I don't care who you are. You better jog on this field. You trying to talk to me? Well, we're going to jog and talk at the same time, right? So just instilling that mindset, like, hey, when you get here, we're punching the clock. We're punching the clock, right? And we want to see you become and develop to be your best, and that's on and off the field. So that's one of the ways that we approach it throughout the off season.
Guys, talk to me about your approach. What do you guys, and really there's a lot that can be done by your coaches, but you talk to me about personal accountability and your approach to the game and where you guys expect to end up at season's end.
One thing that the coaches has been preaching to us a lot this year is a good coach can take us far, but the team is in the players' hands. So they can coach us, give us the plays, but if we're not leading and putting in the effort, we won't go really far.
Yeah, like you said, like when we're, doing conditioning or working out in the weight room, it's, up to you and your teammates whether, how hard you go or if you're going to be mediocre or not. I feel like, over this summer that we've been keeping each other accountable more than I feel like the last, 3 years I've been there, going in my fourth year. I'm definitely ready for the season. Y'all are going to see, and it's gonna be a great show.
Coach, talk to me a little bit about X's and O's. What can we expect to see on offense and on defense from this year's Freeport team?
Yeah, X's and O's, I feel like this year you're just going to see more experience on the field, right? People are learning the systems. They have more understanding of it. So that's going to allow us to be able to play faster than we did last year because they know more, right? And the more that they know, the faster they can play, right? So one thing you're going to see is we're going to have high intensity offense, defense, special teams. It doesn't matter, right? If you're on that field, you're going to be giving it all you have, right? And that's one of the things that we're going to be able to see as far as the improvement, just everybody having a better understanding of the systems in all three phases of the game. So.
Coach, also looking at this year's edition of Freeport, who do you replace from last year, and then who are those new faces that we're going to be getting to going into 2025?
Yeah, so last year we had a few guys that were impactful offense and defensively last year, but we had a lot of people getting a ton of experience at a young age. They might not have been necessarily starters, but those guys that left, if they got tired in the game, they went in. So they have experience under their belt as well. So I wouldn't necessarily say like you got to replace a ton of people because they all have experience. So there's a lot of experience coming back on both sides of the ball because I mean, being at a smaller school, you have a lot of times where if a player gets tired, somebody has to go in. So those guys have been able to get experience that way. So it's not like we're just starting from scratch, right? So they know the system, they know the standard, they know the expectation. So we feel like they're going to step into that role, and it's going to be a seamless transition.
Guys, what's been the highlight for this summer for you? What's been the high point, whether it's been summer workouts, weight room, or perhaps going to camps or things of that nature? What's been the highlight of your summer?
I would say the growth. My quarterback here just picked up his first offer. He just picked up his first offering this summer, and these two have been working in camps this summer. So I just think seeing everybody grow and taking it serious. I just feel like, as a teammate, as being older than everybody here, I just that makes me proud of all them, of how all the hard work is coming together.
For me, the highlight's definitely the energy. These guys are making me love football more than I would ever imagine. Just each and every day, waking up, walking into the weight room, people yelling, screaming, hollering. The energy's through the roof, coming out on the field, even through conditioning, doesn't change at all. So highlights definitely the energy.
I feel like one of the highlights would be us at our camps and 7-on-7, because everyone thinks of us as like a little school that we wouldn't win, and we went out to South Alabama, went 3-1, 4-1 there. Yeah, and then we went south to Walton and won it all, didn't lose a single game. So I think that shows like our development as a team and our skills. Like, we're not just like a tiny school. We could take on bigger schools.
Coach, how important was it to watch these guys perform against, especially the outside competition during the camps and the 7-on-7s, just to be able to see them compete like that? Talk to me just about that.
Yeah, so like a lot of people said, that's not like what you're going to see on Fridays as far as like schematics and like real football. But the thing that I've took the most is the competition, like he was mentioning. It didn't matter if we were playing one of the top schools in Alabama or whoever it was, right? They were going to go out there and compete. It could be a top team in Florida. They were going to go out there and compete. And I feel like it turned their level of energy and stuff a little bit up, because they're like, it doesn't matter who we go up against, we can compete, we can win, and that just allowed them to buy into the process a lot more. But it's been very encouraging to see how they've been competing during those aspects of the game, and hopefully it just transition and they keep the foot on the gas throughout the rest of this as we start pre-camp or preseason camp next week. So looking forward to it.
One final question. One of the things that really defines a good football team is not necessarily wins and losses, but looking at how guys matriculate and become what I would just say the program standard is. Coach, define that program standard and talk to me a little bit about where you expect to see these guys beyond the end of the season.
Yeah, so our program standard is literally about developing the whole person, right? We want them to develop on the field, but we also want them to develop off the field. We want them to grow up to be great husbands, great leaders, great brothers, whatever it may be, great employees, bosses, whatever it may be. We want them to grow up and to be that, but we also want to see them perform at a high level on the field, right? And we have a no excuse approach. Like, it doesn't matter, the other team is hurting too, they're pushing through, so that can't be an excuse for us. And one thing that we pride ourselves on is tread, and it's trust, respect, effort, attitude, and devotion, and that's one of our program staples right there. And each one of these players could tell you something about that because they've been hearing it since they were freshmen. So that's one of the things that we just really pride ourselves on, and that's developing the whole person.
All right, Coach, I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for joining us here at Media Day. Without further ado, we present the Freeport Bulldogs for 2025. We're going to pause and take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll have our next team up on the panel, Vernon.
Introducing the all-new Dave & Buster's, where you can play new and exclusive games in our iconic arcade. Take fun to new heights in the Human Crane. Cheer on your favorite team with massive new screens. and enjoy our delicious new menu to share with friends and family. It's everything you loved about Dave & Buster's and everything you will love about Dave & Buster's. Experience it all today with the Eat and Play combo starting at $19.99.
All right, welcome back to Media Day 2025 here at Dave & Buster's in Panama City Beach. We're happy to keep it rolling now with Vernon High School. The Yellow Jackets coach Bugs is now here on the panel with his team. Coach, go ahead and tell us all about this year's edition of Vernon football, and go ahead and introduce your guys as well.
First of all, I want to give honor to God, who's the head of my life. You know, I'm just thankful to be here today, you know, to be with these young men, to be able to be a part of their life. You know, as you heard earlier, this is my second week at Vernon. You know, they had a coach resign, and I got the call to come in, and I was thankful. I was thankful and glad to be able to take the job, because I've been around coaching for a long enough time to know the rich tradition of Vernon and the athletes that they have, you know, and we just come in hitting the ground running. You know, I had to hire staff and I had to find kids, and we've been doing what we do. And like I said, I can't just tell you a whole lot about it, but I can tell you what's been going on with these kids is I've had a group of kids that's been hungry, you know, and we've come in and they've accepted me, and we've come in just grinding, just working hard, you know. And the first thing that, you know, I come in to do was to build relationships. You know, I'm building a relationship with these guys, you know, get them to know who I am, and I'm getting to know who they are, and so that they could trust me, and then they'll do whatever we need to do to be successful, you know. And I have 3 seniors here. I told them I'd let them introduce themselves. They're a little nervous, but we're gonna let them introduce themselves real quick. Then we'll get down to the nitty gritty.
My name's Cole Wells, offensive and defensive tackle.
Ashton Mitchell, wide receiver and safety.
Drake Boswell, linebacker.
Gabriel Prophet, defensive end, running back, and wide receiver.
Coach, I can't imagine how much you've had to do in the past couple of weeks. I know the laundry list of things to do is very, very long. What's number one? What's the number one priority, especially coming in on such short notice?
Well, the number one priority is getting started. You know, getting started, and then, you know, I have 3 seniors up here. These guys, you know, Cole, Ashton, and Drake, you know, they've been through a lot at Vernon High School with the constant change of coaches. And my number one goal was to come in and get started, you know, getting the players and providing these guys a senior year. You know, these guys want to play their senior year. They love Vernon football. They love their football. They love their community. You know, and one thing about it is that I'm telling you, if you just haven't never been there and just been around those people at Vernon, just a little short 2 weeks of time being there, it's an awesome community. You know, they fell right in for support. You know, once they, you know, it's just amazing. You know, but I want to provide a season for these kids. You know, we're doing our best. We have kids. You know, it's a spread out community. You have kids that work a lot. You know, and you know, I've been, like I said, I was at Blountstown for 16 years under Greg Jordan. You know, who's a guru in the weight room, as you heard, and you know, I've learned a lot of things from him, football-wise, and under Bo Johnson for 3 years the same way, just an excellent coach. And you know, and last year I was down at St. Joe for a year, defense coordinator down there under Tanner Jones, and just having the privilege to learn from different people. You know, yes, it's been a long time coming, I said, but it's all in God's timing. You know, so I can't say much more, just thankful and just trying to want to provide a season for these guys. And I know once we start in practice next week, you know, we're going to get these guys out of, go home. I've been visiting homes, going around the community, talking to people and everything, and we're going to having these guys tell them to spread the wealth and make sure they talk to their friends. You know, being a new guy in town, I don't, you know much about it, but I have excellent coach. I have excellent coaching staff. I've been blessed to be able to get a coaching staff so quickly. You know, I got Desmond Brown come back. He used to be at Bozeman. He came back with me. You know, I got 2 coaches that's been in Vernon a while, Coach James Perry and then Coach Lee. You know, and also I just hired on Mitchell Brown. That's a long-time friend, man. We go way back, and just, you know, I always told him, you know, from he coached with me when I first started, I told him once I get that head job, he's getting a call, and I called him. So, and I got a couple more that's waiting to come on. So that's the thing, is building. That's the number one thing, is building for these kids. And we're going to take it day by day, minute by minute, hour by hour, man.
All right, question for the guys. What's the energy been like over the past couple of weeks?
High. All the energy's been good. Everybody's been bouncing off one another, and way better than it used to be.
Like he said, and it been good, really good.
Coach, I know you just recently held a general meeting for those that are interested. Kind of roughly, what are those numbers looking like with, you know, kids that have interest on, you know, playing football this year? And, you know, you say you're sending these kids to tell other kids. How have those efforts, maybe, I know you just said it's your second week, but how have you seen maybe the attendance grown possibly from guys that you think or may play this year?
Well, just on that little bit, you know, when I tell you these numbers, you're going to be like, okay, Wow, but just knowing the community, if you know the community, I can tell you this: the first day I got there in the weight room, I had 4 kids. 4 kids. I had 4 kids. And it kept growing and growing. It's not big numbers. It's not huge numbers, but consistently now, that was just the first day. But since the first day, I've had consistently 8 to 10 kids in the weight room, and it's a reason behind that. A lot of them are young. They're young there, and a lot of them are working. I've been in contact with these guys, but to the meeting total now on my roster right now, we have 13 kids, on the roster, which, hey, that's a start. That's a start for these guys, but it's coming. I have, yes, it's a lot. It's a lot. Some people wouldn't have did, but it's, this is a thing that I prayed about, and this is why I'm there. And I have faith. I believe that the numbers going to definitely pick up. It's a lot of, I've went through physicals. I went through the school logs. It's a lot of kids there that have played football. It just wasn't there. And these guys, I tell you, they've seen some guys come out. It's just the point of them. All I spread the word, hey, just come by and talk to me and see me. Check me out. Give me a chance. See who I am. I know, that Monday when they interviewed me up there, you could just see the hurt in their eyes that they really want somebody for their kids to, they want the program to continue on, and that's my number one goal, is to help this program continue on. And I'm gonna be walking the hallways. I'm walking the streets, walking the hallways, and and just getting these kids out here to try to get this program, started back. We're just gonna take it, like I say, one day at a time, and just But the thing about it, just like they say, I am a weight room guy, Also, I'm big on the weight room, just like you heard some coaches say. I do feel weight room builds toughness. It's the mental thing about it, because I tell them all the time, hey, if you quit in this weight room, I know you'll quit on that football field, because the weight room is what builds champions. It's I've been in it alone, like I say, on teams. I've been part of winning weightlifting championships, being runner-up, been part of runner-up in state championships, and I just know a lot of people see Blountstown. Yeah, Blountstown is an established program, but Greg Jordan and his coaches always established that program through that weight room. We not always had the best athletes, and that's the mentality that I'm trying to bring to Vernon, is let these guys know, hey, hard work, and I love it. I don't care, hard work beat talent when talent doesn't work hard. So we're going to work hard. We're going to have fun. And number one thing, I'm going to show these guys, and I've been showing, I think they can tell you that I love them. I care about them. I want the best for them. I want them to be the best person they could be, the best young man they could be, in, like say, in life, community, and just let them know it's way bigger than football. We take care of all the other stuff. The football will take care of itself.
Question for the guys, talking about just the way that the schedule really shapes up. There are no days off. The schedule's not going to give you any light games. Tells me about mentality and coming into the season and looking to improve, and what has you excited going into 2025?
Just to get the chance to get to show everybody that left what kind of mistake they made. Show everybody that they should just stayed at Vernon, stayed where their home is, and not ran away when things got tough.
Are there any games that stick out to you guys?
Chipley High School. That's the biggest game on the schedule. That's where a lot of people ran to, and it's the biggest one I'm looking at. I just want to show everybody what mistake they made.
Same thing he said.
Coach, you've been at 2 historic programs, Blountstown, Port St. Joe, and those battles are historic. I mean, every time those 2 teams locked horns, it was always a battle, and most of those games came in the playoffs. What are you looking to pull from both of those programs and try and breathe life into this Vernon program that you've been able to learn along your coaching journey?
Biggest thing is consistency. You know, just coming ready to work each and every day. Coming ready to work. It's consistency. Coming to work, ready to work each and every day. And you know, I have several acronyms that I use, like, you know, the 111, hashtag 111. You'll see that a lot on my posts. Is that, you know, hey, when we're on that field, each one do their job. 11 comes together. You know, because you can't win a game without all 11 on the field at the time. You know, and I just communication, accountability, and trust. You know, and mainly the hard work putting in the weight room. Like I told you before, the biggest mentality is that weight room. That's from the Blountstown, the 16 years I was at Blountstown coaching. It's been the weight room that have won it. So, and just let them know that, hey, I'm gonna work hard for you. I'm gonna give you my all, and I expect the same from them. So just the dedication, the love, the trust, and the hard work. And I've seen that out of these guys just in the little short time that I've been there, that they really love this game, and they want to work, and they love each other. That's one of the big things for me, just them loving on each other and just enjoying each other and just enjoying life, being a kid.
Coach, another question, just looking at this upcoming season. You know, one of the biggest things, you know, about being able to take over a program is putting your own mark and own imprint on it. What do you think is going to be the difference maker really taking over this program, and where do you see it going maybe in the next 2 or 3 years? How do you envision Vernon football?
Well, you know, that's a tough question, and it's a tough answer. The thing to answer is, you know, like say, we're going to take it slow. We're going to take it slow. And like say, number one thing is trying to get these kids to get back involved and believe in it and get this community just to have something to look forward to. And, you know, we're going to take it game by game. I want to get my biggest goal is for them to improve each and every week. You know, we get just 1% each day at practice and 1% each week in a game, you know, and we just continue to build from there, just building each other up. And like I say, within just wherever it's going to take us in the next 2 to 3 years, but it's going to be successful. I'm looking for success because, number one, I stand on a strong belief in that if, you know, driving them in the weight room, if we're successful in the weight room, which I've seen we have been this year, this so far these last 2 weeks, we'll be successful in upcoming years. So it's going to be building starting from the weight room first and building a hard work ethic, and then from the weight room we'll take it to the football field and just continue on from there.
One final question for the guys. What does Vernon football look like after you guys have finished this season? And if for those of you who are seniors, what does the program look like after you've graduated?
Well, after us, it's a young team. We're going to have a bunch of freshmen, sophomores, but I see after this year, them getting older, them getting stronger. I see a pretty successful program in the future.
All right, Coach Boyles, best of luck to you guys this season. Coach, thank you so much for bringing your guys out. We're going to pause and take a quick break, and coming up next, we've got the Sneads Pirates. Welcome back to 4Q Media Day 2025 here in Panama City Beach. We're going to keep it rolling. We have the Sneads Pirates and their coach, Coach Gilchrist. Thank you so much for coming out and bringing your guys. Go ahead and take a couple of minutes. Talk to me all about Sneads Pirate football for 2025 and let your guys introduce themselves.
Okay, just like to say thank you for having us. And we're so grateful to be able to come here and be a part of this Media Day 2025. Sneads Pirate football this year is going to be a better brand of football than it was last year. We got guys that are working hard. We got leaders up right here on this panel. And we're just so excited about this season, knowing that Sneads Pirates will be back. We'll be back on Friday nights and looking forward to playing some good football and having a great season. We got some seniors up here today that's going to make a great impact this season on the program. They've been with the program at least 3 or 4 years, and I'm going to let them introduce themselves at this time.
My name is Trayvon Dancy. I play strong safety and outside linebacker.
My name is Justin Street. I'm a defensive back.
My name is Bryson Eastmouth. I play DN and tight end.
My name is Janoa Williams. I play fullback and running back.
All right, Coach, go ahead and talk to me about what's the difference maker with this year's edition versus last year's team.
Well, this year we got depth. We got a lot of kids that can play football. We got a lot of kids that can run. I hear some people call them dudes, but I call them dogs. We got some dogs this year. And first and foremost, I heard a bunch of people reference the weight room. And the weight room is the foundation of a good football program. You can't build a good football program without being strong in the weight room. And this year we have at least 13 guys that's benching over 300 pounds in the weight room. We got an offensive line that's physical, that's fast, and going to be able to move the football. We will be able to run the football this year. And if you can stop us from running the football, we'll be able to throw it because we got some guys that can catch the football. Main thing about this year, we went 4-7 last year, and those games that we lost, at least 3 of those games that we lost a combined ratio of probably about 7-8 points. So we could have easily been 7-4, but we had a bunch of injuries. We had kids that were just like robbing Peter to pay Paul. We just didn't have any depth. So every week we was trying to game plan to see who was we going to try to stop. But this year people be game planning to see how they're going to stop us.
Question for the guys, looking at last season's record, the 4 wins, I know there were probably some bright spots in there, but what's going to be the biggest improvement, and how are you guys going to ensure that you guys have a turnaround going into 2025?
I say the offense really gonna be a bigger part because like Coach said, we got a better line, way better line. It's basically the same line, but they just bigger and a lot faster.
I mean, honestly, like Coach was saying, we just have a lot of depth this year. If you don't come into practice every day ready to work with a level head, this is the next guy in line, man. We're just going to move on until we find a guy that can play that position and play it, make bare minimum mistakes. The less mistakes we have is the better outcome for us.
Coach, talk to me, just piggybacking off of your kids' answers, just looking at how they obviously have aspirations for improvement. Those building blocks, how have they been coming together in the summertime and in the spring? Looking at how just the off season, it can be a long period, but you get a lot of chance to have opportunities for growth.
Well, first and foremost, after the season last year, I say January, we jumped right back in the weight room. We jumped right back into conditioning. We got guys that are leaders this year. They lead by example. I like to ride around, I like to chatter, but we got guys that are actually leading by example. With our coaching staff, we got a right mixture of coaching staff that love the kids and want to lead the young men. We got some seasoned guys, we got some young guys with energy. We just got a great coaching staff, and they want to see the kids succeed. And we're coming together because with the additions that we have and with the guys that's already been there, everybody respects each other, everybody pushing each other. And I know there's a saying about trust the process, but we actually seeing the guys loving the process. They're loving the weight room, they're loving the classroom, they're loving to be around each other, they're bonding. So we're all coming together as a great team.
Coach, go ahead and talk to me about X's and O's. Who are some of these new faces that we're going to see on offense, and then go ahead and talk about some of the new faces on defense.
Well, the running back room is pretty crowded. I mean, like he said, if you don't come to practice ready to work, you might lose your job. We're going to be able to run the football. We're going to be able to block. We're going to be able to execute. On defense, we got linebackers that can run this year. I'm talking about really run. So by the second game, people gonna know who Sneads powers are. They're gonna know who we are this year. So we got a secondary that can cover. We never had so many DBs that can cover, and they challenge each other. We got a quarterback that he has some experience. He knows the offense like the back of his hand. So we're gonna be pretty sporty.
Coach, I talked to Coach Thomas a lot. He's notorious for not playing the spring game, just wants to be able to kind of keep everything in-house. Talk to me about spring and how that went for you and your team. And then our same question for the guys. How was spring for you guys, and what were the highlights?
Well, the spring, we beat up on each other. And like you said, we don't like to play a spring game because we want to keep everything in-house. But we had a good spring because we were working out. We were working together, running plays. But first and foremost, I'm going to let these guys tell you what they think about it.
I think the spring was really an eye-opening experience. You know, a lot of people didn't think, like, you know, you look at the 4-7 record and you think, oh, these guys are terrible. But in the spring, it really showed, like, how much we wanted to get better and, you know, how much we've improved. And I think the spring was a big stepping stone for us. And I think this year coming up is going to show our work over the offseason.
The spring for me, every day we played defense and offense. So we went at each other every single day. There was no day off where we didn't go at each other.
The spring for me, it was like we all came out to work. We want to see who we are because, you know, that's what the spring's mostly about. And we just challenging each other and trying to get better.
I mean, pretty much like everybody else up here was saying, we compete. I mean, this spring was more competitive probably than what I've ever seen. Even though 2 years ago we went 11-0, but still these guys this year competed it. I mean, we went at each other every day. That's all pretty much I got to say.
Another question for the guys. Man, the schedule obviously loaded again. Going back to last season, I know there probably were a couple of games you really wish you could have had back. You see any of those opponents on your schedule where it's just like, yeah, I'm looking forward to that one?
I'm looking forward to every game. I don't think one game is bigger than the next, but, I mean, when you go into a season like that, like we had last year, I think we're going to surprise a lot of people. And, you know, of course, there's in-town rivals and, you know, district battles and things of that nature, but I think every game is as important as the next.
I mean, a game I'm most ready for is probably our first game of the season, Cottondale. Last year we had them home. We were 2 minutes left to go in the fourth quarter. We're marching to score. We fumbled a snap, you know, mistakes. But this offseason we really worked on our mistakes, and I'm just hoping to see Cottondale again. I mean, they're going to see us a mistake, I guess a lot more less mistakes out of us this year because we have matured. I mean, we were a lot younger last year. 2 years ago we had graduated 17, 18, I think. So that last season was young. These guys have matured. They really showed in the spring that they're, you know, grown now. I guess they're grown in the man, but Cottondale especially. I mean, we let that one slip away from us when we had it.
Coach, talk to me about the mental aspect. You know, it is hard to I would say the physical part can be easier and the mental side can be a lot more challenging. What's been some of the things that you've stressed among these guys just to have the right mindset so that you guys can have success going into the fall?
We stress on a daily basis, just don't be a quitter. I mean, if you quit in the classroom, you quit in the weight room, you'll quit on life. I mean, iron sharpens iron. So you have to feed off those guys who are giving it their all, and you have to find something to hold on to, whether it's in life, whether it's on the football field. You have to find something every day to get up and scrap for. I heard the story about the lion and the gazelle. Every day the gazelle get up to run. Every day the lion get up to chase. But this time, we're not going to be the gazelle. We teach them that we're going to be the lions. We're going to be the chasers. So we get up every day ready to fight, every day ready to battle. And it take a mentally tough guy in that heat, in the weight room, doing those mat drills. You have to be mentally tough. And it's hot out there. And if that guy in front of you is putting it on you, you got to be able to be tough mentally and physically. So we just have to have a mentally tough mindset when it comes to everything.
Guys, your schedule is very top loaded. You're going to be playing a lot of ball before you get to the end of September. Talk to me about where you guys expect to be.
I expect us to be undefeated, and I'm going to just leave it at that.
I say I just want to have a written record, really, like 6-4. That's really.
Coach, the old adage is that the team does a lot of growth, or the most growing you do is in the first 1 to 3 games. Define success for this group of guys.
Success for this group of guys, since they've been in the program so long, like they said, just having a winning record. But success in life is graduating. It's being a better man, being someone who's great in the community, not getting in trouble. Someone who has their goals set high and trying to achieve all of them, and getting out of school. And some of them probably dual enrolled, so they have a AA degree before they get out of school. So success is just more than being on the football field, but just being a better person. But I've been around these guys since 9th grade, and I see so much growth in them already and so much maturity. So success it'll be measured by that.
All right, one final question. Define this season in one word.
It's technically not one, but it's two. So I'd say get back. I mean, we let our hometown down a lot. I mean, we let ourselves down going 4-7. I mean, I can't even think of the last time we had a 4-7 season in school history. I mean, it's just not expectations of what we wanted. I hope we do a lot better this year, and that's all I got to say.
Revenge.
All right, if there are no more questions, Sneads Pirates, everyone. Coach, thank you so much for coming out to Media Day. We appreciate it. Best of luck to you guys this season.
Thank you for having us.
All right, we're going to take a little break. We're going to come back. Franklin County. welcome back to Media Day 2025 here in Panama City Beach at Dave & Buster's. I want to give a shout out to the staff. They've done a great job hosting us. But without further ado, we got Coach Cooper and the Franklin County Seahawks. Coach, thank you for joining us. Go ahead and talk to us about this year's edition of Franklin County football.
Absolutely. Just want to appreciate you, Mark, for having us, you and Coach Cofield. Definitely Coach back in the back. He's been a big role model to me just starting my coaching career. Usually we come through the Tallahassee circuit, so it's kind of nice to come through the Panama City since we're out in the middle of nowhere. So we get to go to either one we choose. Real quick, I just want to go ahead and introduce my guys or let them introduce themselves. These two came with me. I'm glad they're here with me. They've been here all summer, haven't missed a day. And high school football in 2025, it's pretty rare to find that. So I'm going to let them introduce themselves and what positions they play and what year they are.
I'm Braden Armitage, sophomore. I play receiver and linebacker.
Lucas Field, offensive tackle, 27.
But to get back to your original question of what you can see from us, just like Mosley, the last one sitting in the crowd, we've been here for a while, so I'm going to be pretty informal, not like everybody else that's been up here. We're excited. We had our best season, I think, in school history last year. Without many media outlets that cover us, I think we're one of the best stories in high school football. Just because, out of every team in this room that's came through here today, we're obviously the smallest. We have 250 kids, 9 through 12. The guys from Mosley probably, you graduate, about 400 per class? 500? Yeah, so, that's unique. We also have it where, there's going to be high school seniors that are older than our football program coming in this year. Come August, our program turns 18 years, 18th season. And, like in Panama City, you've had different schools split off from each other, where ours is two rivals that came together that's still kind of fresh, that I think has, maybe delayed a little progress, but that's 18 years, and we're excited for year 3 and what we've been doing in our program to where we started. I was telling Coach in the back, when I first got here, we didn't have many kids we put on the field that could bench 135. It was absolutely crazy. Now we have a starting offense line that's benching around 250 plus and cleaning 225. So it's kind of cool to see us become a real football program.
Coach, I'm just going to go back and talk about last season for a second. You guys broke open the season, winning 6 of your first 7 games, and I think that was just arguably the biggest surprise. Honestly, when we had a chance to talk to you at the beginning of last season, you kind of called it. You said that that there was going to be a lot of positive growth. I just don't think anybody was really expecting that, but it was a great ride, a fun ride. Talk to me just about what went into putting together a successful season like you had last year, and really how you're building on that to go into this season.
Well, 3 years ago, I told my staff, we have 2 goals. Number 1, we want to change kids' lives that we come across, and number 2, have fun. Everything else is beyond that. If you're not having fun, then it's not even worth coming to work. It's not even worth kids showing up to practice. I think a lot of it came, we always knew that Franklin County, when I first came in to the school, I had a lot of what I would consider just mentors give me advice that, Franklin County would be career suicide for your coaching career. Why would you take that as your first head coaching job? And I knew completely opposite. One, because I was under, to me, a legendary guy, Tony Yeomans, in 2017. I knew what's walking around that Franklin County halls. I knew, the families there. I knew that there were some kids not playing football that should be playing football, even though it was a small school. To be successful at a small school, you got to recruit your own hallways. And, as long as we do a good job of keeping our Franklin County kids home, we're going to be pretty successful. And we've done that. Traditionally we've lost kids to neighboring schools. I think since 3 years I've been here, I've only lost 1, I think. So, then that's a rare thing in high school football. Bay County's like recruiting warfare out here, transfer portal, whatever. That's one thing we don't have to face. We keep our kids home at small town football, and we just love being Seahawks.
Question for the guys. Talk to me just about the off-season program. For the most part, your coach is, obviously big weight room guy, but definitely has the ability to kind of make it exciting and make it fun. But talk to me just about the bright spots during the summer and what it's been like getting stronger.
Go ahead, Brady.
It's definitely been fun getting to know the coaches and all better, and getting in the weight room, learning new stuff, getting bigger and stronger. It's a lot to start learning, and it really helps on the field.
One thing in the off season would be getting stronger in the weight room, which physically strong and mentally strong. Because if you're not mentally strong as one team, one piece of the entire team can just fall. So in the off season, mentally toughness kids, mentally tough is like the best thing you could do.
I know we had a coach earlier talk about competitive weightlifting, which, if competitive weightlifting didn't really affect football, we really wouldn't care about it. Obviously weightlifting's needed for football growth, and, for us, we want to compete at everything we do. But, to me, watching competitive weightlifting is like watching paint dry. There's not a lot of football coaches I notice besides small school coaches where their head coach is the weightlifting coach. But think about just our weightlifting program. It goes hand in hand with our football program of, we never had state finalists, and, now we have state finalists going to the weightlifting tournaments. And that's how I knew last season was going to be okay. Our weightlifting program was coming around. We had guys making regionals, had guys making states, had guys medaling states. We're going to have, a couple kids this year make it to state. So that's definitely the lifeline of your football program, and we take off season pretty serious. We haven't stopped since January, since we came back.
Coach, you've done an incredible job really taking a very small community and getting them galvanized about Seahawk football. One of the things that I saw was just the amount of energy that went into just the little things, making sure that you're honoring tradition, like with Apalachicola and Carabel, being able to get TVs like just around the locker room, get stuff painted, get the weight room shored up. And I know it's been an incredible effort, but talk to me just a little bit about everything that has gone into that to make sure that this program is first class. Absolutely. So when I first came in, one of the selling points is we have a great administration. I don't think I've been told no one time in 3 years. They see the vision of what we want to do, how we want to make it special, and how we want to be, the team that's consistently, a winning program. The kid at Vernon right here, or not Vernon, who was the last team that was before us? Sneads. I think he was over here. He said he wanted to be 6-4, and his other teammates kind of snarked at him a little bit. For us, that our 6-win season was like first time. Our second time in school history, but we want that year in, year out, and to get it where when I do come up here 10, 20 years from now, when I'm a little bit older, I got some teammates snarking at like that kid did earlier. But we had little things. We got TVs in the locker room, Xbox in the locker room. Our kids don't go hungry. They got whatever Gatorade, waters they want, candy, quick carbs, whatever. We got oatmeal cream pies, whatever. Because here's the thing. When you come into a program that's been dormant, you got to do every little trick in the book to get it going. And where other teams have just great tradition, it's enough for them to come out and want to do that. Where, maybe in 10 years we got kids that are, growing up wanting to be Seahawks. And that's what small town high school football is to me. We want kids growing up wanting to be Seahawks, not wanting to go anywhere else. Stay right here in Franklin County. Guys, talk to me a little bit about just the off season and being able to go to different camps and compete against other schools. I know that was a big deal. I definitely saw some of the things on social media about some of the areas that you all went. Talk to me about just where you guys went and how was the experience. Absolutely. So I want to let this one talk about it because it's mandatory for them to go to down and dirty camp for us, or they don't start for us. So go ahead, Luke.
That camp is like a learning experience because you have all these coaches from different, like the NFL, D1. All these coaches are giving you stuff to use and master, even the little things like your stances, how fast you need to go, where you get your hands and all that. And it was just fun to learn from them, and even other people, like the older kids that were there, the ones that have been going year round and year 1, year 2, just learn from them.
Coach, one of the things that I do know, especially going back to last season, is that there was really a lot of community growth around the team. You guys seem to have, the support system kind of coming into what really is a program that otherwise has been overlooked in prior years. Who are the unsung heroes of Franklin County Seahawk football, whether it be teachers or administrators or just parents that have really stepped up and supported you guys? Who deserves a shout out?
Coach Eddie Money. He is the backbone of Seahawk football. Traditionally, we've gone 0-10, 0-10, 1-9, 0-10, and we're a year in, year out coach, because you can't grow anything if you don't have the same coach. I think next year I'll be the longest tenured head coach at Franklin County. But more shout out to Coach Eddie Money, who's been there through thick and thin. When coaches left, Coach Eddie Money's still there. He works behind the scenes. He doesn't want the credit, but he deserves all the credit. When we turn this place around where it is the competitor winning year in, year out, a lot of it's going to be done for him, because I don't think if Eddie Money is not at Franklin County, I legitimately don't think Franklin County has a football program after COVID.
All right, one final question. Coach, talk to me about this season, X's and O's. What is this year's Franklin County football team going to look like on offense and defense, and who are some of the new guys?
Absolutely. So, we're all returners. I want to brag with these two, obviously Lucas and Braden, just their commitment here. They're going to be 2 starters for us. Just going through, we're not a big team. I can name all of them right now. On the line, we got, Braden Brown, who's going to be a senior, who's bid his time, and he's going to be probably our best lineman. Michael Miller on defensive end, that's going to play wing back. He's one of these kids that sometimes I feel like Franklin County football misses out on, that just plays basketball and takes us to the Final Four for basketball while the football team's suffering. I'm glad he's there. And then, Owen Juno, our quarterback, who couldn't make it because he's working, just like Coach Buggs' group. We're a working community. Our kids don't really get a break. They're either football or working. And then, Sadiq Jones, who couldn't make it, he was also supposed to be on this stage, but he's playing a baseball tournament right now at, the Brown Park over here, traveling baseball. He's gotten some Division I looks, and I could go on, but we're excited for our guys. And, I think, like I said, I think we're one of the better stories in the state, just because it hasn't been done here before. Just 2 schools that combined to make one, that were rivals at one point. It's one of the just unique stories, and I think we're going to, look back at this, and I think it's going to be an impressive thing.
All right, one final question for the guys. Give me your outlook for this season.
The outlook to this season would probably be better than the last season we just had. 6-5. No, we're gonna go for like 7-2, 8-1. Just everybody just got to work together. Every single piece to the puzzle just got to work.
I see this season being way better than last season, even though it was one of the best seasons we've ever had, because of the people, the culture, everybody coming together, putting in the work, getting stronger, faster every day. Attitude, great attitude. Everybody comes together, tries their best, and competes every day.
All right, Coach, thank you so much for coming out to Media Day. We appreciate it. Even hopefully we'll get you in 2 spots again. Up next, we're going to have the Mosley Dolphins to round out Media Day 2025 here at Dave & Buster's. All right, rounding out Media Day 2025 here in Panama City Beach. Panama City champions from last season and really had an amazing season. The Mosley Dolphins, Coach Whitten, man, we talked several times last season just in what was really a great run for you guys. Obviously didn't end the way you wanted it to, but man, there was so much to build off of. Go ahead and talk to me a little bit about this year's edition of Mosley football, and go ahead and introduce you guys.
Yeah, no, we definitely felt like we had a really good season last year. Obviously, like you said, it didn't end the way that we wanted to, but we've used that to set the tone for this off season. I think we've had a really great off season up until this point. Had a great spring practice. And then that led into summer. You know, I feel like guys have been working really hard, had great attendance, gone to a couple of 7-on-7 camps and performed really well at a high level. And so we're definitely excited about this upcoming season. I think we got a great group of guys, and I'll let them introduce themselves.
I'm Adam Land, tight end.
Carson Griffin, wide receiver. Chase Jernigan, O-line.
Wyatt Fleming, linebacker.
Talon Moore, safety.
Tristan Steele, D lineman.
Coach, obviously it's hard to replace the group of guys you had from last year. They did a phenomenal job for you and the team. But always next man up. Who are some of the new faces that are going to be filling in some of those shoes from last year's team on offense and defense?
Well, on the first thing on offense, we had 4 seniors on the offensive line last year, so we got 4 guys that we're going to have to replace. And I thought, we really challenged the offensive line this spring, and I thought they performed really well. I think they've had a really great summer as well. So we got a lot of guys that we're still working through and trying to figure out who those 4 guys are. We obviously got a good idea, but we still got some spots up in the air. But and then on the defensive side, obviously when you lose a guy like Raiden Bruins and LaCavion Jackson, those are definitely some big shoes to fill. But we're excited about our group on defense. I feel like in my time at Mosley, we have the most depth on the defensive side of the ball that we've ever had. A bunch of guys that just play really hard. I think on the defensive line, Cole Archambault is going to be a guy that really expect to have a big year to replace fill the shoes of a guy like Raiden Bruins. Wyatt Fleming's been our captain the past 2 years on defense, and we expect him to have a great year for us. And so, again, just really excited about the guys that we have and the work that they've been putting in this offseason.
Coach, looking at how this program has been built and some of the things that you've really instituted to try and get it to the level of success that you were able to achieve, talk to me just about how this offseason has been going for you guys, and what are those consistent things that you've really made staples into Mosley football throughout the summer, because you guys have been very busy.
Yeah, no, like you said, the last season, obviously to start 9-0 and then lose our last 2 ball games, obviously did not sit very well with us, and that's just kind of, that's been the mindset of this off season, is just we want to finish. We want to finish every drill, finish every workout, finish every practice. So that's just been a big emphasis for us, and I think the guys have responded really well to that. And again, like I said, we've done some 7-on-7s this summer, and we went 13-2 in our 7-on-7 schedule. So something to be really excited about, really proud of, and hopefully that success can parlay it into the fall.
Question for the guys. Obviously we look at last season. What has been the motivation going into this summer? Because a lot of what I've seen, especially on social media, you guys have been competing in camps, 7-on-7s, practices. How has that been? Especially looking at how wanting to be able to turn turn the page into a new chapter going into 2025.
I think the biggest motivation for this year was just that first round playoff exit last year. And I mean, that's just like, we weren't planning on that happening, and when it happens, that's just a real heartbreaker. And this year, we're all seniors, and we want to make a deep playoff run, and that's really the biggest motivation we got.
Just like Wyatt said, the first round playoff exit wasn't planned, wasn't expected, but Coach Inouye says show up, compete, work hard, and those things will get you in a better place. And we're looking forward to having a big season, bouncing back, using that playoffs loss as fuel for this upcoming season.
Coach, I look at how the schedule of obviously no days off, and a lot of it is built for you guys to be able to have that postseason success. Talk to me just a little bit about just what you expect to see from these guys in week number 1.
Man, I hope we got some guys that are motivated, that are hungry, and that week 1 is this opportunity to put that first impression out of what this group of guys is going to be for this upcoming season. So, obviously we're playing Rutherford week 1, a crosstown rival. A lot of these guys have played with these guys growing up, and I expect these guys to be excited to get out there and play. Hopefully we'll have a great home crowd like we normally do, and have the opportunity to set the tone for the upcoming season.
Guys, talk to me about what I would say just define this season coming up in one word.
I don't know.
One word I would say for this upcoming season is to honestly, just like one of the teams said previous to us, a revenge tour, because we know what we could have had last season. Just revenge or get back.
I would just say exciting. It's exciting to be able to come back as seniors and hopefully have a big year. I think we will. I think some people may doubt because we lost 4 guys on the O-line and we got some big shoes to fill. But I think we'll be just as good, if not better. So I think we'll do a good job.
Coach, you work hard to be able to build a bond with your guys. I even saw you guys just kind of passing the time, joking. Talk to me just about what makes this group special and how they're really connected to you.
Well, it's cool. I mean, these guys. I've been fortunate enough to be with these guys for their. We all came in together, and we just got some fun characters here. My guy Jace right here, the guy to the right. I know he's being real quiet right now, but he's quite the character, and Adam on the end, he's definitely like a silent assassin. So just to see his growth and how much he's changed over the past 4 years, these guys are fun guys to be around. They work hard, they like to have fun, and they're definitely enjoyable to be around on a daily basis.
Obviously, we know who the funny one is. Who's the guy among you guys that pushes you guys, or who's the one that's really holding you guys accountable in practice?
He's not here right now. Well, actually, he is. Wyatt Fleming. He's here. And another linebacker we have, Will Arboleta. He's he pushes us every single day, from the weight room to the field to whatever we're doing, conditioning, whatever activity we're doing. He's always leading, always pushing.
And Willie couldn't be here today because he's at a church camp. He's a leader of a youth group, and he's at church camp. And again, that just speaks to the type of person that Will Arboleta is. Obviously, not only does he lead our football team, but he leads the community as well.
Okay, you guys are trapped in the cage. Who's the first one to break out?
It's me, bro. I'm getting out. I'm gonna be the first one to get out. They're all gonna be left behind. So
He's lying. I'm not gonna lie.
Who's gonna be the first guy? So who's gonna be the first guy to go back and make sure everybody else gets out?
wait, is this like a fight to the death, or just like the first one to get out?
Is this like an escape room, or like we're like fighting?
Nah, literally
Like
just
UFC?
the question as it was.
UFC.
Oh, just first to get out?
Yep, first to get out. But who's also going to be the first guy to go back and make sure everybody else gets out?
That's probably still.
Nah, still definitely leave us. Wyatt come back and get us. For sure.
Wyatt might come back and get us.
Still just be on his way.
I heard that question asked at SEC Media Days. sometimes it kind of reveals on like who the guys are that are going to make sure that, you know, they hold other guys accountable, or if anything, to make sure that, you know, nobody gets left behind. Coach, one final question for you. Going into this season, looking at several things, you know, we obviously had a chance to talk about X's and O's and who's going to be plugging those gaps. Talk to me a little bit about your coaching staff. What have those meetings been like for you guys, and what's the mentality to get these guys pretty much geared up for 2025?
No, I think we have a great coaching staff, a good wide range of young coaches, older coaches, and I think we have great relationships, great working relationships, and guys that are passionate about the craft and want to be the best that they possibly can be. You know, on the offensive side of the ball, Sean Maddox, who coaches our offensive line, I think he's a rising star in the high school coaching world. I think he'll be a head coach here before too long. On the defensive side of the ball, Sean Killitz, Robert Carter do an excellent job for us. You know, just coming up with a plan and giving these guys a chance to be successful. Coach Golden runs our special teams and does an amazing job. So again, we're just truly blessed to have a great coaching staff that loves what they do, that love these kids, love coming to work every day, and really enjoy working with those guys.
And Coach Whitten, thank you so much for hanging out with us for like half the day. We appreciate it. Thank you so much to the Mosley guys for also bringing your team. Best of luck to you guys this season. And that'll do it for Media Day 2025 here in Panama City Beach. We'll wish to everybody, every team that has come through, a special thank you and best of luck this season.